Good morning, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to our third annual Climate Change Conference, and I'm delighted to have such a selection of speakers at this year's event. This conference showcases some of the great work that is going on in Northamptonshire to address the most pressing climate change and sustainability challenges confronting our communities. It will also help inform and educate us on how we can play our part in reducing carbon emissions in our daily lives. Northamptonshire Council made tackling climate change one of its priorities when it was formed back in 2021. We know that the only way we can make a difference is by working collectively with our local communities, our partners, businesses, and all of our stakeholders near and far. It is very encouraging to see the lineup of speakers who will, I'm sure, demonstrate some of the great work that is already taking place locally in this important area. They will also be able to help inform and enlighten us all on how we can play our part in reducing carbon emissions. Although the science behind climate change is compelling, we can see with our own eyes that the patterns of weather are changing. Rising temperatures and more frequent extreme weather are all evidence of these type of changes in our environment. The climate change that is taking place on the global scale has very local impacts. In recent years, we have seen more heat waves, which we understand are now more likely to happen. We have seen how climate change can also affect our local summer rainfall, this year causing flooding in some areas. Most recently, it was determined that last month was the wettest October on record. These are very real changes that affect the way that we live. We need to both learn and to adapt this changing climate, but also find ways to live and thrive in more sustainable ways. Northamptonshire Council made a declaration of a climate and an environmental emergency in July 2021. It went on to approve a carbon management plan in December 2022. With these actions, the Council have committed to working towards becoming a carbon neutral council by 2023. Each week, organisations in Northamptonshire, the Council included, make decisions that impact on the environment and the climate in some way. As part of our commitment to reducing our impact and indeed making a positive contribution to the local environment, we recently endorsed the use of a climate change impact assessment tool. Moving forward, this will be key when considering future council decisions. This year, this climate conference will focus on 3 key themes important to Northamptonshire and climate change. In theme 1, we will look at agricultural and sustainability building on our rich local history. We will focus on the use of precision farming, ecology, and other innovative approaches to farm-based focus on both food security and environmental protection. In theme 2, we will look at local innovation. We will focus on the encouraging innovation taking place in Northamptonshire and how it's helping respond to the climate change challenge. We will find out more about the power of innovation that can grow in every sector, from energy to transportation, and from the state-of-the-art manufacturing to urban planning. Lastly, and by no means least, theme 3 will explore what work is being done to empower our young people. We will learn about the action that is being taken locally to empower the future generations. Our young people are not only the leaders of tomorrow, they are the most impacted by the decisions that we take today. With this in mind, it is only fitting that we also acknowledge some of the excellent work young people are doing within our local communities to make a real difference today and in the future. I am very encouraged by the great work taking place locally to tackle climate change and in the way that can enhance our lives today and for future generations. And I am absolutely thrilled to open the 2023 Northamptonshire Climate Change Conference. This conference is our testament to our shared commitment to a sustainable and resilient future. Before handing over, I would like to thank all of you for your commitment and participation today. Thank you for being here, for your dedication to this critical cause. Our collective efforts really can make a difference. It gives me great pleasure to hand over to our Executive Member for Climate and the Green Environment, who is also the Chair of our Sustainable Communities Executive Advisory Panel, and your host for today, Councillor Harriet Pentland. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the conference.
Good morning, and thank you for being here for the third NN Climate Conference, which seeks to bring together people from across North Northamptonshire with an interest in the steps being taken locally to look after our planet. As you've heard, I'm Councillor Harriet Pentland, and I'm the Executive Member for Climate and Green Environment on North Northamptonshire Council. In my introductory remarks, I usually provide some reflection on the latest COP that has taken place, but as COP28 will be taking place at the end of this month, we can look at what to expect instead. So first things first, what is COP? Well, briefly, it stands for Conference of the Parties, which brings together 197 nations and territories, called parties, that have signed the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This year, it's taking place in Dubai, and a few of the main focuses include food production and land use, vulnerable communities, technology and innovation, as well as inclusivity. Amongst the important topics up for debate will once again be the phasing down and phasing out of fossil fuels. At COP27 in Egypt last year, some countries pushed for a complete phasing out of fossil fuels, but were left disappointed by a final text that called for a phase down. There are reports this year that the European Union, United States, and the United Arab Emirates are pushing for a global deal at COP28 to triple renewable energy by 2030, an agreement which has already been made between China and the US recently. Looking elsewhere at COP28, at COP27, a loss and damage fund was established to help developing countries cope with the effects of climate change. And in their joint statement earlier this month, the COP28 presidency and the EU Climate Commissioner emphasised the importance of operationalising the loss and damage funding arrangements at COP28. The Dubai conference will also be the first COP with a day dedicated to discussing climate-related health and recovery. Of course, all of this comes with the stark background of the UN having announced on Monday that current data suggests the planet is on track for 3 degrees of warming, which is well above the 1.5 degrees that was agreed internationally. This serves as an important reminder of why NNC is placing a focus on what we can do locally to tackle climate change. The centrepiece of the Council's approach has been the Carbon Management Plan, which sets out the Council's emissions and the steps that are being taken to reduce these in line with achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. If you want to find out more about the Carbon Management Plan and the progress on this, I'd recommend a visit to the Council's website or watching the Sustainable Communities Executive Advisory Panel meetings, which are recorded on YouTube, and where these plans and others are regularly discussed in detail. Looking to today's events, as you've heard, we have 3 key themes for our sessions, which tie in with those of COP28. Agriculture and sustainability, local innovation, and the voice of young people in climate conversations, with excellent speakers for all 3 sessions. Before I hand over to the first speaker, I wanted to highlight that there is an opportunity for questions at the end of each session, where you can email NNClimate23@northnorthants.gov.uk. These panel discussions will be hosted by Graham Kane, NNC's Interim Executive Director for Place and Economy. So once again, thank you for joining us today, and I'm now pleased to hand over to Tom Martin, who in 2017 launched Farmer Time, which pairs farmers with school classes. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Harriet. Guys, it is a pleasure to be here. I'm really excited to be speaking to you this morning. I can see I've got somebody doing my slides, which is even better. Let's have them going live. And I'm assuming everyone can hear that. This is the equivalent of asking, can you hear me at the back? But I think I can see some thumbs up. I can certainly see it on my screen. So I'd just like to tell you a little bit about our farm and then run through our farming system. But what I'll do as I go through is I will demonstrate how that relates particularly to climate. So an introduction, I farm here right on the border of North Northamptonshire and Cambridgeshire. We have a medium-sized family farm and we are a mixed farm. So we have combinable crops. So we farm wheat for bread making and feed, barley for beer. We farm rapeseed for cooking oils, lubricants and fuels. We have beans, which go to human consumption or possibly animal feed, and a number of other crops as well. We also have sheep and cattle on the farm as part of our regenerative system, and we also farm the environment. So that's an important part of what we do. We're passionate about helping people to see what happens on the other side of the farm gate. We're passionate about communicating about regenerative farming. And that's why one of the reasons I'm really excited to be speaking to you today. At the beginning, I thought I would just offer kind of some of the broad areas of climate that we're talking about. When we think about climate, we often think about weather. But I'm going to be addressing issues of climate change, biodiversity, air, water and soil health, and actually impacts on human health as well. So so we'll cover a fair bit today. Now, do I need to say next slide, please? What's the order? Yes, wonderful. Fantastic. It is important to say and important to recognise there are lots of different approaches to mitigating climate change. There are lots of opinions, lots of views, but I think that we can all agree we'd rather see more of what's on the right of this picture than what's on the left of this picture. So if we move on to the next slide, I just want to address one of the different polarities within climate change and particularly within farming, and that's the area of land sparing versus land sharing. Now, obviously the picture on the right hand side looks lovely and the picture on the left hand side looks less lovely. But when we're talking about land sparing, we're actually talking about putting land aside for nature, for our wildlife, for the environment, but at the same time intensively farming the remainder of our land. That's a land sparing approach. But the land sharing approach that we tend to follow on our farm is integrating our wildlife, our environmental measures within our farming, finding a place for nature within the field as well as in the field boundaries, in our wildlife areas and without. And so I want to take you through how we approach that using our regenerative method, which has become a little bit on trend. It's something I've never been is on trend, but we'll talk about the regenerative farming we do and how we can do that whilst maintaining our yield and in fact improving nutrition. So I'm going to introduce our regenerative farming approach. There are 5 key pillars. I'll show what we do before looking at other specific outcomes from our method of farming. But really I want to say that what we're actually doing when it comes down to it is mimicking nature. We're learning what nature's doing and we're trying to mimic that whilst growing nutritious food at the same time. So if we can go on to the next slide, which is the first pillar of regenerative farming, is reducing tillage. Now that doesn't mean eliminating tillage, so eliminating any ploughing, although it has meant that on our farm, but we're reducing tillage. So why do we do that? That means actually, I'll just explain exactly what that is. So what you can see on this diagram is we're sowing a crop, probably a crop of wheat in here, and we're sowing it straight into a green cover. So there's no ploughing, no cultivation, the soil's not exposed at any time. We're reducing our tillage. Now that has lots of benefits. We reduce the time it takes to establish the crop. It saves earthworms. When we plough, we lose 50% of our earthworms, who are our major soil architects. And it allows our fungi to proliferate. Our fungal hyphae kind of go all the way through our soils. And when we churn that up, we're breaking up those fungal networks. And they then have to re-establish before they start having a positive effect on the soil ecosystem. Now here, with reducing tillage, we're also reducing our fuel usage. We don't need to put fuel in the tractor to plough it, to break down the plough as well, the soil that's been ploughed, and to prepare it as a seedbed. We sow straight into it. Now, when we do that, we maintain our root channels. When the roots from the previous crop or the previous plants that were in there, when they die back, those channels still remain, and our fungi can grow down there, our earthworms can move down there, and our roots from our following crop can grow down those channels that are already there. And also water can move down there, and it's really important. We're seeing flooding all over the county, all over the UK, all over the world. And this is one of the things we can do to help mitigate flooding, to allow that water to percolate. And also when we're reducing our tillage, we're holding, and I would like to say we're capturing carbon rather than releasing it, which often our tillage can do. Now, because our water's percolating into the soil, we're retaining our nutrients and we're protecting waterways rather than the water rushing off the surface and running straight into our rivers. And when we look at our infiltration rate, which is really important, we get a little bit technical, but this is absolutely imperative. If we have a soil infiltration rate of 15 millimeters per hour, about 2/3 of an inch, but we can often have rainfall of up to 30 millimetres an hour. That would mean that half of that is going to run off the soil surface. It can't percolate into the soil quick enough. And that causes flooding, it causes nutrient loss, it causes other damage downstream, and it obviously causes peaks in our river flow, which doesn't help when we've got when we're running through urban areas as well. So actually better drainage equals less flooding. If the water's able to percolate better, then there's less flooding. The statistic which comes from the National Resources Defence Council in the USA is that for every 1% increase in our soil organic matter, which we're trying to attain by reducing our tillage, we can help the soil hold 20,000 gallons more water per acre, which is 187,000 litres per hectare, 187 tonnes of water per hectare. That's about 3/4 of an inch of rain, just for every 1% increase in soil organic matter. We'll have a little look on the next video, because I know you'd like to see the next slide. I know you'd like to see a video of this happening in action. Let's click on and see what we can do. So here we've got a volunteer crop. So these are growing up from the previous harvest, and you can see the tractor moving through there. Hopefully, if we just want to go back to, yeah, that's right. We'll have it. You can see the tractor moving through, and behind is our seed drill. We should go into slow motion. Oh, isn't that lovely? So what you're going to see is you've got some wheels running in front, just laying the vegetation down in front of it, and they'll be followed by a set of discs. The disc will create a groove. You can see the serrated top of the disc there, and the pipes behind the disc are the seed being blown in, and then the final wheels just press the soil surface down gently, as you would do when you're planting a seed. And as you can see, the tractor, the seed drill has all moved through, and the vegetation looks pretty undisturbed. But what's happened in that time is the seed has been planted, and the next crop is already thinking about starting to grow. So that's reducing tillage. We'll move on and speed up a little bit as we go to the next slide. Oh, we're going to see it again. Okay, nearly there. The second pillar of regenerative farming is biodiversity, and frankly, that should be a pillar of life on Earth. We have a wider rotation, which gives more back to the soil. That means that instead of just growing 1 or 2 crops, we grow at least 5 different crops. If not, I can think of probably 6 or 7 on our farm. So that means each year a particular field will have a different crop in it, which is better for the soil. Nature doesn't really do a persistent monoculture. But also within that, we'll have a mix of crops. There are lots of experiments happening within UK and global farming at the moment, including bicropping. There are local farmers who are growing, they're growing, what are they calling it, piola. So they're growing peas and oilseed rape at the same time. A pea is a legume which puts nitrogen into the soil. Oilseed rape is an oil seed, and they're harvesting the both at the same time. So those are plants that can grow together, can be harvested together, but also maintains the soil in a more healthy fashion. We're gaining more, but we're returning more to the soil. And even then within our crops, so if we were growing a crop of wheat, for example, we are increasing our biodiversity. So instead of growing one variety, which has certain characteristics, we grow many varieties on our farm of different types of wheat within a field of wheat. That has a lot of benefits. Each individual strain has different genetics. They have different resistant to disease, for example, and we can reduce, for example, our fungicide usage in doing that. What we're looking at here is a crop of rapeseed. So the rapeseeds are brassica. So the large leaves there is our crop of rapeseed. You'll see the yellow fields in April and May time, and then we harvest that in July. But here it is in its vegetative form, and you can see there's not just rapeseed there. There are other plants as well. The whitish flowers are buckwheat. The other plant material is clover and fenugreek. Fenugreek is what makes your curry smell of curry. Now, we're growing this for a number of different reasons, but it explains our approach to biodiversity. One of our major adversaries in growing rapeseed is an insect called a cabbage stem flea beetle. We know that beetle sees in monochrome, and it's looking for a green target of rapeseed on a brown background of soil that smells of cabbage. Now, what we're doing here in introducing this biodiversity is we are covering the ground. The buckwheat, which has the pink flower, grows very quickly. So our flea beetle's looking for a green target on a brown background, and we just give it a green field, and it finds it harder to see that rapeseed. We then grow clover alongside it at the same time. The clover, it covers the ground also, but it introduces nitrogen into the soil, as does fenugreek, which is another legume. But fenugreek exudes a smell not of brassica, not of cabbage, but of curry. So we have a field that is green and smells of curry, rather than one with green plants on a brown background. that smells of cabbage. So we're using non-chemical means to help to address that. And that's where our biodiversity comes in. All those 3 plants, the fenugreek, the clover and the buckwheat, are killed off by frost. They die off through the winter and they release the nutrients back ready for the crop to need them to use them in the spring. So we're increasing our biodiversity, we're improving our soil health, we're retaining nutrients, and therefore we're reducing our requirement for introducing nutrients, all those helping us to combat climate change. Mother Nature does not do monoculture. We'll come back in a moment to a few things Mother Nature does not do as we move on to our next slide and look at the 3rd pillar of our regenerative farming, which is living roots. We try to have living roots in the ground as much as possible. That means after harvest, we will plant a cover crop or a catch crop. Now, these are crops that we will not harvest. They are there to cover the soil, to protect the soil, and to basically to allow our soil health to continue. It's all about the soil. You'll hear me mentioning soil a huge amount today. On the left-hand side, you've actually got an example of looking down into a crop of wheat, and you can see the clover at the bottom there. We have some fields where we grow clover 365 days of the year, which fixes nitrogen into the soil, helps reducing our requirement for artificial fertilizer, and we grow our crops in that. That's our living mulch. So we've got living roots there 365 days of the year. On the right-hand side of the picture, you can see actually an area where we had a little bit of crop failure, and rather than leaving that ground bare, we planted a mixture. We can see buckwheat in the foreground with sunflowers in the background, sunflowers with their wonderful taproot, again improving drainage and helping our soil. So we have living roots in the ground all the time. They're storing nutrients, improving soil structure and health, arresting our loss of carbon and reducing soil erosion. Some farmers have a concept of a 5-minute fallow. That means when the combine harvester is in the field, the seed drill comes 5 minutes later, planting the next either crop or the next cover crop. So our soil is protected and it has living roots in it as often as possible. And that moves us on to the next slide, which is our 4th pillar, 4th of 5. Oh, you can see a lovely video there of me looking down into that wheat crop. Fantastic. Is our soil armor. So we're protecting our soil. Now, in this picture, you can see a crop of beans. Now, the plants are protecting the soil just by covering it. But you've also got what we used to call trash there. We now call it residue because it's not trash. It's really important. And that's the chopped straw behind the previous harvest. And that's covering the ground and protecting it. I said earlier, Mother Nature doesn't like a monoculture. Well, Mother Nature also doesn't like to take her clothes off. She likes to be covered at all times. When we get rainfall on bare soil, we have a micro sorting of particles, which can cap the surface and lead to flash flooding. When we have bare soil, we can have temperature extremes of cold in the winter and hot and heat in the summer. And really, our soil wants to operate between 2 or 3 degrees and about 25 degrees. Bare exposed soil in the summer can get up to 40, 45 degrees Celsius, even though the air temperature isn't that hot. So we're protecting the soil by covering it. A lot of farmers in the US are starting to trial relay cropping, where they're planting one crop into another crop, harvesting the first crop and then allowing the second one to grow on. Again, protecting soil, maintaining soil life, and fixing carbon for longer periods. Our carbon cycle, and a lot of the straw you see in that picture, is largely carbon. Our carbon cycle is a leaky system. Our carbon is cycled into the soil by our earthworms. They pull it down, break it down. It's assimilated into the soil. It's used back by the crops, but it's also leaked into the soil where it can be locked up and stored long term. Soil is the 3rd most important store of carbon on the planet, behind the oceans and fossil carbon. And we'll move on to the final pillar of regenerative farming, because I'm aware of time, and that is to incorporate livestock. We're mimicking nature, remember, and we're incorporating livestock even into our arable fields. So they'll be grazing through those cover crops that we grow not to harvest, but to improve our soil health. They'll be even grazing some of our cash crops, the crops that we are growing to harvest. In the winter time at the moment, I'll be allowing some of our sheep, in fact, they're today, into a field of wheat. Now, that won't kill off the wheat. In fact, it won't even damage it. It will stimulate it. We're starting to see that livestock, herbivore saliva stimulates grasses like wheat or like grass to grow more. So we're mimicking nature. We're following that system. And of course, when we look at a grass system, when we introduce our livestock, instead of just grazing it to be like a croquet lawn, we're actually grazing very differently nowadays. We are grazing quite intensively for a short period. And when sheep or cattle move into that system, they might only be there for a day or two. They trample a lot of their vegetation, they eat some and they leave some. And this increases the fertility of the soil by their manure, their urine, and also their saliva, as we were talking about. But also that trampled vegetation then breaks down is assimilated into the soil and helps us improve our carbon retention. We're also learning about a really important interaction, and that is between the gut of the herbivore and the soil. The gut of the herbivore and the soil. And a lot of bacterial and fungal communities rely on that interaction. We're just mimicking nature. We're just copying, looking at what she does and copying her. We'll just move on to the next slide and look across the world. I must caveat this. I'm a big fan of trees. We've done a lot of tree planting on our farm. But I want to look at a bit of a misconception about forestry. This is quite a complex diagram. All we need to know is that the pink and the yellow, the oxysols and the ultisols, are the thinnest, most nutrient poor, shallowest and most deficient soils on the planet. As you can see, they're actually in the tropics under our rainforests, our forest systems, which hold a lot of carbon above the ground, versus the green and the light green, which are our alphasols and mollisols. They are the rich, deep, meters deep in many cases, humus and carbon rich living soils. And they're often beneath our grass systems, our savanna, our steppes, our plains. And they've survived by millions of these megafauna moving across the plains, trampling, grazing, defecating even, dare I say that, at 9:56 in the morning, and building up our soil carbon. So we're trying to mimic nature, incorporating livestock into our system. We'll skip on actually 2 slides, if we may, looking at time, back to that original picture. So we've now kind of come around, looked at what regenerative farming can do, how we can mimic nature, how we can help protect our soil, improve the climate. We're fixing carbon. We are not only mitigating climate change, we're addressing climate change. We're taking ground back again, if you excuse the pun. We're reducing our tillage and doing all those other methods as well. I should say that there are lots of areas of farming that require some kind of tillage, so growing root vegetables, carrots, potatoes, swedes, parsnips, sugar beet, for example, actually require tillage. And there is some tillage in nature when trees fall, when we have landslides, earthquakes, or when we have ants and pigs. So I'm not saying exclude tillage. I'm therefore not saying that root vegetables are bad. They are in fact good, but it's an important part of our system. I'm just going to move forward onto the next slide and just spin into 3 other areas, in fact 4 other areas that we're doing for farming, and I'll run very quickly. We're farming for water. We're doing a lot of work in terms of making sure we have buffer zones to protect our water courses. But looking at the clock, I think we'll move on and say a little bit less about that. We're farming, so you can see here, again, that statistic about increasing soil. This one is about soil carbon, increasing the water holding capacity of our soil. We'll move forward. Farming for air quality. Instead of heaping up our manure and letting it release carbon, we're actually doing a lot more in terms of composting, introducing other vegetative material into the soil, inoculating it with fungi rather than just the bacteria that you get building up in a big manure heap like that, and improving air quality as well. We'll move on. We're farming for biodiversity. I mentioned that a lot earlier. In-field biodiversity, the more biodiversity we can have in the fields increases our total biodiversity. We want better soil, more roots, more life and more biodiversity. And moving on to the next slide, the penultimate slide, that really impacts on human health. It's not only our air and water quality, it's the improvement in nutrition, which is really important, that interaction with the soils. It's our improvement in nutrition of our foods and also human health as well, our mental health. The value of being more connected with where our food comes from. It's very difficult to put a value on a view, but our views are really important as well. What we see around us, how we interact with the world, and we'll just move on and look at farming for the future. Now we've got some robotics going on there. We've got a bit of drones. We've got some hydroponics, and I know we're going to hear from Prayesh later on about hydroponics. I'm very passionate about our crops interacting with the soil, but we see the benefits of hydroponics in certain crops in particular. Now, this could be the future: drones, robotics, etc. There is a huge movement towards per plant farming, which is absolutely exciting and tremendous, and will be a big part of our future. However, if we click on to the next slide, my view is that the future is actually working better with our soils, mimicking nature, working in hand with our ecosystems, sharing our land, improving the nutrition, fixing carbon, and growing some fantastic produce at the same time. We move on to my final slide, just to say that I know we're going to have a panel discussion, but I'm also happy to discuss at any times. Do look for Farmer Tom on the socials, and I will try and put in the chat. We do have a farm walk this Saturday, and quite regularly, but we have one this Saturday. If you'd like to join us, I will put that there in the chat, so that if you'd like to join us, you can. This Saturday, 8 o'clock in the morning, I'll be making you a cup of tea or coffee. We'll be having a bit of a chat, and then we'll have a walk around the farm and look at more of what we do. So if you enjoyed this morning for 20 minutes, you can come and have 2 hours this Saturday. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Tom. What a great way to start off our conference. That was fascinating, really, particularly learning about the bicropping, the benefits of reducing tillage where you can, where it's right for the crops. So I've definitely learned a lot there, and I hope that others have too. We'll make sure that that link that you've popped there is just visible to other people who might be watching it. So we're going to move on to our next speaker in just a second, which is Ed D from West Lodge Farm, who is a 6th generation farmer who diversified the farm in 1994 to an open farm with an ethos of sharing the enthusiasm he has for the countryside with visiting families. Another interesting talk here. So over to you, Ed.
Right, can you hear me? I'm just going to put the, I can't get the camera, sorry about that. Right, yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, good. Right, yeah, so we're just to outline where we come from. We are a farm park. We used to be a completely arable farm, so we were quite intensive farming, so using fossil fuel derived fertilizers, chemicals, and things like that. But we've actually in the last few years moved away from it. When I say the last few years, since around about 2000, and sustainability is one of the things that actually drives us more than anything else. We opened up the farm park in 1994 to really get people out into the countryside and really experience the countryside, because it's one of the things that's most dear to us. And we look at it on the environmental level, and during this talk I'll be talking about it on the environmental level in terms of biodiversity. I'll be looking at the energy that we actually use. This is something that we're very aware of in terms of kind of the energy that we use and the energy that we could actually produce on the farm. Water use, we get around about 175,000 visitors a year, and our water demands can be limiting. I'll come on to that later. And then the human aspect is about how we can actually change behavior. That sounds quite a optimistic aim, but one of the things all we want to do is leave a better impression about the countryside, and hopefully give some belonging. And if people have belonging, then they're more likely to change their behaviour, hopefully in a more sustainable fashion. And then also the physical aspect, so that everything that we do has a physical aspect. And we why have I put a picture of the cow on the first slide? Well, this is a North Devon cross British White, which is a combination of two native species, and she's quite a big-bodied girl, 197. And we actually, with the farming we do now, we've gone from a completely arable farm to one that, in terms of regenerative farming, we use livestock as our main tool. So And the cow being the biggest herbivore, and the previous speaker was saying about imitating nature. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to imitate nature. And herbivores are one of the animals in greatest numbers that have one of the biggest impacts on nature. So when we're actually farming, the bigger the herbivore, the more that governs what you're actually doing. So when it comes to tree planting, you have to take that into what the actual cow's effect will be on the whole environment. And we are trying to produce a food product. So obviously with the cow, it's going to be beef. If it's dairy, we're actually beef. If you're dairy, you're looking at dairy produce as well. But you're looking at how you can actually produce the best product for the customer too. Because in terms of sustainability, I've mentioned the environment, the people, but the business is really important. If you're not going to be sustainable as a business, then it's not going to work. So next slide, please. Right, so these are the results that keep driving us to farm in a sustainable fashion. So sorry about it, got some zoom in. What first picture? So remember, this is, we used to be a completely intensive arable farm. So it was monoculture. Previous speakers saying about biodiversity. Now we entered into, there were some government schemes, high level stewardship, and we had these, basically we farmed intensively in the middle of the field, and then you had left headlands on the outside. Now we took it a little bit a stage further, so we actually did broaden the actual headlands, and we actually moved it into pasture as well. So moving from arable to pasture. So you've got here a pyramidal orchid, and you can see the vetches next door and the wide biodiversity there. And this is now the pasture that has come from an arable field. So we look at this as one of the so each year we're monitoring what we actually have. The North Hampshire Wildlife Trust, they come to do surveys, and you can see, well, just in that one picture, you can see the amount of diversity there. But again, what I'm trying to get over is that just through a change in concept, you allow a lot of these species to come back. It's not broken. It's more of a case of mending it. So next slide, please. So not the next slide, actually. That's better. So tree planting, yes, as I said, we're looking at again the biodiversity. We're looking at the woodland pasture system as well on our system. Here we have RS components helping us plant some woodland last year, and we were looking to plant another 750 trees. But having woodland and having the different layers of vegetation is very important. Then the next picture, please. And then what we're looking at then is monitoring how it affects everybody thinks about the animals, everybody thinks about the flora. They very often don't think about the insects, and insect life is vitally important, supporting bird life, mammal life, which the next picture will show. We have, in terms of bats, we have a lot more bats going around. We've monitored the butterflies. Butterflies are changing through the years. We've had a huge increase in marbled whites. That's a comma. And small heaths and large heaths, and some of the more predominant meadow brown, on our farm, they seem to be slightly, not decreasing in number, but not as prevalent as in other years, whereas other butterflies are coming in. Whether that's climate change, I don't know. And then the last slide, it's just a little slide. We've got some goats in here. So although I showed the picture of the cow, we have different species, and we'll come on to that a bit later, but different species doing different jobs. The area that those goats are in 2 years previously was brown. The vegetation, the tree cover was so thick that very little sunlight was coming through to the ground story, and because of that, no plants grew. Whereas, as you can see, we put goats into certain areas, and by using those as nature tools, we can then encourage other wildlife to come back. Next slide, please. So, yeah, we're not just a farm. This is the picture, just so for those that don't know about West Lodge, this is a picture of the farm. We're not just a farm, we've got a farm park. And as you can see from that picture, it doesn't look that sustainable, really, I suppose. We've got nice, look, there's loads of trees in there, and there's a cricket pitch as well, there's a sports facility. We've got a children's nursery. That's the reverse E in looking building. So there's a place for around about 100 children coming in. As I said, the farm park gets around 175,000 visitors a year. There's Desborough Cricket Club. We were asked when we first started if they could move because they didn't have anywhere to go. And then there's a garden centre that isn't ours, that's leased out to the bottom right. So there's a lot of activities going on here. And when I said at the start, our aim is to help influence people. We have around about 5 kilometres, 7 kilometres of walks. And those walks are actually covered by about 20% of our visitors, and it's the challenge for us is to try and get them out there and trying to get them to experience the countryside rather than just staying on this little 2-acre site, which 80% of the customers will do. Right, so next slide. So these are some of the challenges that we have. First picture, please. So yeah, as I said, so water. So I said before, with that, going back to that picture, we have when I say we're an isolated site, we're about 750 meters off the nearest country lane, and we have one water pipe that comes down to the farm. And if you think of that one water pipe supplying probably 2,000 people per day, you've got livestock on the farm. You then have a catering side, you have a children's nursery. There's quite a demand on the water, and that is one of our limiting factors. We can't go above more than 1,750 is really our limit of people that we can cover, because when you're running a farm park, you have to make sure it's safe and you have to have hand washing facilities. So in terms of actual water supply, that's one of the limiting factors and something we'll come back to later. Next slide, next picture, please. Then we have energy. Yeah, with the electricity supply, again, as you grow and as you increase in size, and saying about sustainability of the business, this is one of our limiting factors too, and that we're right on the limit of the electricity supply coming from the main grid. So again, in terms of expansion, we have to look at how we're actually going to boost our electricity. Then the next picture. Yeah, this is something you don't often think about, but you imagine 175,000 visitors coming to a farm where you used to have a little old cesspit. We've obviously put in when I say obviously, we put in a sewage treatment, a Clargester plant to support all that. But that has an impact on the environment. And when I talk about sustainability, we have to then think, right, how we're going to manage that and how we're actually going to make it more sustainable. And where's the outflow going? What effect is that having? So that's something we'll come back to. And then the last one, this domain, you think, what is this doing on sustainability? But it's the Wi-Fi. We have a internet collection, so hopefully you can still hear me, of 1 to 3 megabytes per second. It's just been upgraded to about 180. So I'm, oh dear, that's really no good. Back again. So I said connection lost. Great timing. So we're on 4G at the moment by doing this. But again, everybody that comes out to the farm wants to be on their mobile phones. They want Wi-Fi. So we don't have Wi-Fi at the moment. But it's in terms of selling produce to keep the business going, to keep preaching about. When I say preaching, though. But by keep telling people about what we're doing, which we don't try to preach, it's one of those things that's very important to us. And then next bit coming in there, it just says about also helps drive the need for sustainability. Because these are limiting factors, it just makes us very aware of all the amenities, in terms of power supply, nutrient and resource supply that we have going forward. So next slide, please. So what have we done so far to become more sustainable? As I said, we've got the biodiversity. The previous speaker was talking about regenerative farming. The main thing that we are concentrating on is regenerative farming now. Previous village farm, that's, by the looks of it, mainly crop orientated, it's plant orientated. On ours, we're more animal orientated, and what we're looking at is is more agroforestry. So the picture where you're seeing the RS components planting the trees, that is one area that that we are really concentrating on, because we see that providing the most biodiversity. When you look at pasture systems, you're looking at 50 species at least in that pasture, in terms of different grasses, different broadleaf plants, even trees, or whatever is growing in there. on a monoculture, not a monoculture, but in a crop system, it'll be far reduced to that. And that's one of the reasons why we've chosen the woodland pasture animal route, is because it gives us more diversity. And to be honest, the main reason is our soil. Our soil is not great. We're on an old iron ore quarry, reclaimed, so the soil is type 3 and not really suited to arable when you come away from chemicals and fertilizer inputs, non-organic fertilizer. So moving on to the next slide. Well, one of the things, when I said about the energy, one of the things that's easiest to look at is biomass. We were isolated in terms of there's no gas that comes to the farms, no gas line. Electricity was quite expensive. So we looked at how we could actually heat all the buildings that we supply, and we came up with the biomass. Now that's in terms of one of the last slide I'll show you, in terms of incentives, there was the RHI, rate of heat input incentive, sorry. So this is actually funded by the government, the biomass. Now biomass is one of those tricky things that how do you make it sustainable, because you're chopping down trees to actually provide heat. Well, we actually have a link. We actually get all our wood chip there, a picture of that, from Boughton Estates. So it comes from within a 10-mile distance. Boughton Estates have a 120 year cutting cycle, so they're on a sustainable basis. And also within terms of the wood chip, it's not fossil fuel. So you mentioned earlier that you've got the ocean and you've got fossil fuels as a major store of carbon that we're actually bringing back out, and probably the main reason for climate change, in my opinion. But this is actually carbon that's being recycled. So as long as you don't get wood chip that's imported from Canada, it's not the best alternative. But for us in our situation, it's the best alternative. Next slide, please. And then you can see I've just outlined the buildings that biomass boiler will heat. So just a look, the nursery, the restaurant, the farm buildings to the right are now being incorporated. So that's an indoor play, reception area and shop. The farm office, which is a smaller building, and the one furthest at the top is the farmhouse. So it's 100. It's a 100. Can't remember the units now, but the size of the boiler is a mid-range boiler, but it heats all those areas which were previously heated either through electricity or through kerosene. So next slide, please. Organic waste management. Now, this is another one. So we used the RHI scheme for the biomass. This was something that we've always wanted to do. We produce a lot of organic waste. To show the picture, we managed to secure a grant from North Northamptonshire County Council. Very good of you to help us purchase this piece of equipment called a rocket. And what that does, it takes organic waste from the kitchen and catering, picnickers. It goes in one end. Show the next picture. Not a very pretty sight. If you can, please. That's it. So all the food waste will go in there. And then the next picture, you'll see that this is what comes out the other end. Can you show the next picture? There you are. Compost. So with this to us produced a really nice circle. So all the food that's coming into the farm, any waste that is produced goes into this. We put a bit of wood chip and put horse manure, believe it or not, in there as well, which gets the temperature up. And then out the end will come this compost, which we are using now to create a market garden, which we can then sow our own vegetables to provide to our own catering supply. And that then produces a nice little circle. The compost you can't put on directly to the land. You can put it on arable after 3 months, as long as it's in a compost heap. It has to be there by license before you can put it on. And then 6 months, we're going to put it onto pasture for livestock. So this, by putting it, but you don't need any time before you put it onto a market garden for human consumption. So by this, we're reducing our waste load. And yeah, we've got to, and also we use vegware as well. So the takeaway cups, they're shredded, they go in there as well. So again, we're trying to reduce our waste imprint on the environment too. And this is seems to me, as long as you can get that market garden going, will be a good way of doing it. Next slide, please. The solar park, I know I'm running out of time, I better move on quickly. The solar park, this was an area of the farm that it's not actually our solar park. We managed to get a solar park put in here. When I say it's not actually ours, we leased out the land to get the solar park in here, but it's a really good use of land on this area. Again, the biodiversity, you can see that there's nettles and thistles and everything underneath it, but there's a lot of biodiversity in here. We're monitoring the butterflies in here. They're increasing. If you look at the hedgerow along the side, we've been a bit naughty. The solar providers aren't too happy with us letting that grow, but you've got a lot of bats that are using that as roosting spots and then going out and eating all the moss and the butterflies and the insects that are flying it, coming from the ground underneath. And we can still farm it, so we still have sheep underneath there. And they're doing a great job of, as long as we mob graze it, rotationally graze it around, lets the plants grow tall enough to then seed, to get all the invertebrates living off them, and then we go back around in a cycle again, taking it back down, and also it'll be sequestering carbon. So a great one. No fertilizers, no chemicals. Next slide, please. The other one is we want to continue farming with nature in mind. So again, we've planted all these trees. We're doing 750 trees, increasing the woodland pasture. You can see the animals at the bottom, the woods in the background, they go actually into those. The idea is to make it much more of a diverse landscape in terms of we'll have little spinneys, but open spinneys where the cows can go in. And there's quite a lot of research being done into this to actually make nests. So you have blackthorn or hawthorn that the cows don't go in, allow the big trees to grow up. It will be a 10-year cycle. It'll be 10 years before we can let the cows in amongst the other trees, and we'll have to take down then the blackthorn and the hawthorn, but then you've got the trees that the cows can shelter under it. So it's not a short-term plan, this is a long-term plan. Next please. Yes, we've completed the woodland pasture. Next one as well. Again, improving diversity through rotational grazing and the waste, then the waste compost supply market gardens. That's what we're trying to do. Next one with the amenities. I better be quick here. Please, next slide. With the amenities, like the water, as mentioned, we have a water issue in terms of visitor numbers. What we're looking to do, that you've seen on the picture of the farm park, there's quite a lot of surface area, looking to harvest that water and actually put a water treatment plant in of our own. Again, linking into the energy, we're looking to put in a 2.5 acre solar park if we can. We're exploring the costs of that. Battery operated as well, so that we can actually store energy that can then also serve the energy needed by the water treatment plant and also the composter. And with the sewage system, we have a good sewage system, but we're looking to put a reed bed in there. It's everything's fine at the moment, but if we have a secondary system, it allows us to increase the number of visitors. We're limited by that. But if we can put a reed bed in, you're providing another habitat and also an extra secondary cleaning system and upgrading the Wi-Fi, as I said before, just meeting the customers. Next slide, please. We're going to move through here quite quickly. Right, so in terms of the business sustainability, we're linking with local producers. So we've got there's a movement called Pasture for Life, which means that animals are fed on pasture solely. And we're linking with other producers to sell the livestock from the farm. We do a little farm shop, and we've just put planning in for we're just putting planning in for an extension to the farm shop. So we're linking with those and trying to support like-minded people. Desborough's coming closer to us. We're looking at putting a cycle route down the actual drive, just encouraging people to come on their feet rather than using cars all the time. But at the same time, we've got to be aware of how people like to come all the time. So with that battery system and the solar park, that maybe be used for car charging as well, with a move to electric car charging. Next slide, please. In terms of customer challenges, you can show those. Yeah, with the big problem, as I said, my main aim is to try and influence people. Social media, when I said about these walks, we have 5.5 kilometers of walks. In terms of physical, I hate putting concrete, tarmac or anything down, or stone even. We have grass walks, but social media wants a perfect picture, not always reality. So in the winter, you'll see people going out, there's a bit of mud, and they will not go on the walk. So in trying to get people to engage with nature can be difficult. So that's one thing we're looking at, is to actually put hard surface walks on just to get them out. Providing facilities, lots of recycling bins, information about how we're recycling, how it's going, still doesn't stop people from putting one bag in. So it's just always preaching that message, and we're always looking for innovative ideas, just the size of the holes that you put things in, but then people that read it leave the bags around the bottom. But these are things that can all be overcome. People are less aware of the surroundings, but aware of what people say. We still see people walking around with looking at their phone while their kids are enjoying the countryside, playing in muddy puddles and things, but the parents are just looking at their phone, and it's trying to get them to come away from that, but maybe using the phone for an app that can then help them experience more. And can we support the people we most need to reach? If we're doing a farm shop and we're producing all this produce, we need to make it affordable to all those, to everybody. And you can see on the top left hand, we have all these, we do the marketing, trying to get people out here. It says explore, enjoy, enrich, infuse at the bottom of the top left orange poster. That they are our things we live by. We're trying to get people to explore, we get people to enjoy, we try and enrich them by giving them something to learn from and when they visit, and then by enriching them, we hope they're enthused about the place and the countryside. Next picture, please. So this is a team that we have here, and this is the most important aspect for us, is making sure that you can be the one farmer, the one person there that's talking about it, but if you don't have a good team with you doing the same thing, then it doesn't work. And most of these people have been with us 10 years plus, top left 30 years. That's my wife in top middle. She's been with them a long time. Ed, the chef, down the bottom left. They're all on board, as they say. They all agree with what we're doing and put the extra time in to do it. And the last slide, I'll put this picture. This is a chap called Joe Burrow. What you definitely need are good leaders. And when I'm talking about leaders, I'm not talking about people, individual people and businesses. I'm talking about people in the councils, in the government as well. So giving the right incentives. You'd heard about the RHI. They were lucky enough to get the grant from the council. It just helps people to do these kind of things. And the more that's done, the better. There you go. Thank you very much. I hope you've learned a little bit from it. I would invite you around this weekend, but I'll be dressed in a red suit and a white beard, so I might not be able to see you. But yeah, if you want to come, I'm happy to show anybody around the farm. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed, for taking us through that and giving us an overview of what West Lodge Farm does, trying to encourage people out into the countryside and to understand more about the farming that you do locally. It seems to me that your sustainability seems to be working if all kids are growing, because I know they are a bit fussy about where they go. So to have them coming back on land that was previously intensively farmed shows that it's got good conditions. So that is good. So we're now going to move on to our third and final speaker in this session before we move to the questions. And just quickly to say, if you have got questions, please do email them in. The email address will be shown on the slides at some point, but we now have Dr. Priyesh Patel from Eat Curious and Siam Farms. Dr. Patel has over 12 years of experience in healthcare and is going to talk to us about sustainable food production with a focus on plant-based nutrition. So over to you, Dr. Patel.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hopefully so. Brilliant. Excellent. So my name's Priyesh. I'll be today sharing a bit of journey about how we created a food development company. Could we actually move to the next slide now, please, if that's possible? Thank you. And so our overall aim was to kind of bring sustainability and innovation to agriculture and the plant-based food sector. Myself and my colleague Resh and his brother Sesh, we all have Eshes in our name, co-founded the company back in 2020. And we today have built a vertical farm company called Siam Farms, which is a form of controlled environment agriculture, and Eat Curious, which is a plant-based food development company and a manufacturing company. And we produce a range of plant-based products which are available across the UK now. Next slide, please. So a bit of background. Myself and my colleague are both dentists and have been for a number of years. And my other colleague has a background working with renewable energy technology. And we've always had a passion for agriculture, but also nutritional benefits of plant-based diets. And so my colleagues owned a disused cattle farm based in Horton in Northamptonshire. And we decided in the midst of lockdown in April 2020, not too long after Boris Johnson advised us to stay at home, And we started looking to different food production systems and more innovative ways and sustainable ways of kind of growing crops, really. And we came across vertical farming, been briefly looking over it as a topic for a number of years, and decided to then explore the different technologies available in the marketplace at the time. And once possible, once we were allowed to fly, we began to research the different systems available and kind of visited various farms and technology partners around the world, speaking to some across Asia, from North America and Europe itself. And it's decided to engage with a technology partner actually based in the UK in London to build our first vertical farm. That picture there on the right is our site. This is a more up-to-date photo, but where the green building is, there was a derelict Dutch barn there, which we were initially going to convert into a vertical farm, but realised the cost of using the existing structure would be way too high, and so actually made sense to actually remove the structure and actually build one from scratch. So over the next year, while we were kind of designing and building the first facility, we had the vision to make the site as sustainable as possible, and decided to build a relatively large scale solar farm, which allowed us to kind of have the vision of kind of moving as much as we could off grid. We also installed 3 large water storage tanks, which would eventually be able to collect harvested rainwater from the buildings and the solar panels. And it took around 1 year to then eventually build our first site, which is a small hydroponic facility within a 40-foot shipping container. And over the next 12 months, having no experience really in growing, we came across many issues, very common issues found in vertical farming, such as humidity control, temperature control, irrigation system failure, and so on. And albeit being a painful start, this was a very useful steep learning curve and allowed us to fully understand the capabilities of growing indoors and what aspects needed improvement and further development. And we also learned how a change in environment, specifically light spectrum, can actually impact crop behavior, changing the flavor, the yield, the color, and most importantly, the nutritional profile of the crop as well. And having a keen interest in improving nutrition within food, this kind of excited us and led us to work with our partners to build a larger scale facility based off the knowledge and learning from the failures within the container. And now we've built approximately 1,400 square meter facility, which has just been recently commissioned, and is relatively operational. During this kind of whole journey, we further began to explore our interest in food, specifically plant-based food, and worked with a range of development chefs to create our first range of plant-based products, at the time predominantly made from pea protein. And we kind of looked into the future of food and how we could potentially utilize the vertical farm and kind of creating bespoke ingredients that kind of feed back into our food. And so within our farmhouse, we decided to build a small manufacturing facility and create our first range of products, which we took to market. This was back in 2022. And with building interest in our products, we decided to then build a slightly larger manufacturing facility, being able to control the manufacturing process of all our products. And then we launched the brand Eat Curious. Next slide, please. So a bit more about a vertical farm. Here are a few images within the facility. The facility itself, like I said, there's approximately 1,400 square meters of growing space. And we have a degree of automation, which can control the process from seed to harvest. Next slide, please. And for those that are not familiar, so vertical farming is a way of growing crops in a very controlled manner. Effectively, seeds are placed on a form of substrate, which is almost a vehicle to hold moisture. It's then placed in a dark chamber to mimic kind of soil conditions, being humid and a kind of dark chamber of some sort. And then once germinated, the crops are then transferred to the grow columns where they're placed under lights, and a mixture of mainly blue and red, hence why most images always often appear kind of pinkish in colour. And this is to encourage growth, and the ratio of the different light has a profound effect on the crop behaviour, so from a taste or colour or even growth rate of the crop. The crops are then watered using different techniques. We use specifically a aeroponic method, targeting the crops, the roots with a mist of kind of oxygen, nutrients, and water. Vertical farming has many positives, simple advantages such as being able to grow produce 365 days a year. We don't rely on seasons. The lack of need to use any pesticides, being controlled and therefore being predictable, hopefully then being able to increase yields per square meter, and also tends to use a lot less water than traditional agriculture as well. Our particular facility is also a commercial grade facility with huge research and development capabilities, allowing us specifically to look at the future of sustainable protein production, but also developing specific crops with kind of key nutritional profiles to enhance our plant-based food offering, which then feeds into Eat Curious. So it's kind of become a huge kind of R&D weapon for our plant-based food company. Next slide, please. For vertical farming to be sustainable, it has to have, one of the most important aspects is your energy source. And as mentioned previously, we have built our own kind of energy source, being a solar farm. We don't yet have battery storage, but we have plans to introduce that, which is pretty important in the UK with our unpredictable sun exposure. Another kind of key aspect is water. So in general terms, kind of, I think there's a stat out there that 70% of all fresh water on the planet is used within agriculture. And so any potential water saving techniques which we can bring to this industry will have potentially a huge impact. So as mentioned, aeroponic technology that we use uses less water in general, and we also are building a watering recycling system. So all the nutrients and spent water that we sprayed on crops is collected and then filtered, UVC treated, deionized, and pushed back into the system. And we also have a rainwater harvesting tank, which we're going to hopefully loop back in. So our aim is to kind of completely come off grid in terms of water and create a closed loop system. You also don't use any heavy machinery on the land, so obviously there's kind of benefits for that reason as well. And depending on where your supply chain is, you can kind of build these facilities relatively close to where the demand for food is. So for us personally, we've got our own plant-based food company, but based literally on the same site. So any ingredients that we do grow potentially could be then fed straight into Eat Curious production facility, which is only a few meters away. There are projects out there building these systems relatively close to urban areas so that we can bring food production a bit closer to the demand as well. Next slide, please. So I've mentioned previously, we have slightly different use for our facility, but it's a commercial grade facility, allows a lot of research projects to occur and improve scalability. We know our facility, yes, it's a relatively large size, but it's not going to feed the world. But it allows us to prove the kind of viability of certain crops to be growing at scale. We are measuring the use of energy and the amount of solar we can harvest, and kind of creating algorithms to work on intensity of light and the effect of yield based on how much renewable energy we can kind of generate. We're working quite closely with Innovate UK on various our research and development projects, working with seed houses on developing specific seeds bred for indoor growing. So focusing more on height and yield rather than over focusing on being weather resistant and pest resistant, as that's not as important for indoor growing. And specifically, we're looking at key crops for as an alternative protein source, and also using the change in environment, kind of manipulation of light spectrum, seeing how that has an impact on crops, and from the nutritional point of view, that then can maybe benefit our plant-based food brand. Next slide, please. So introducing Eat Curious, here's a selection of kind of our products that we've developed, all plant-based, and our core mission is to kind of improve the nutritional quality of plant-based food, the consumer acceptability, so focusing on texture and taste, so that encourages more people to want to eat it, and also generally the sustainability of the plant-based food sector. Our initial offering started with the kind of usual meat alternative products that people are familiar with, plant-based sausages, fillets, tenders, and patties. What I consider as kind of almost vegan fast food. And at the time, they were considered by buyers to be an improvement in taste and texture than those currently available on the market. So much so that we actually were listed with one of the UK's largest vegetarian wholesaler pretty much straight away. We then kind of gained food accreditation standards to allow us to then open kind of larger discussions with national distributors and other national contract caterers. However, kind of we recognised there was a need to improve the sector, and we felt there was a shortage of kind of higher quality options available. Often plant-based food being very ultra processed with poor texture, made from allergens, and kind of having limited applications. Next slide, please. So we then kind of focused on building a development team and creating a range of products, focusing on clean ingredients, being allergen-free, especially soy-free, moving away from the ultra-processed food kind of tag, kind of trying to remove the need for any synthetic stabilizers, emulsifiers, and so on that kind of create the texture in most of the other products. And whilst maintaining a good source of protein, but also focusing on other nutritional aspects such as fiber and iron. And also always maintaining that texture and flavor is important in food as well. And so now over in 1 year, we kind of trading, we've now got over 20 products which we manufacture ourselves, and now each of these products are now available across the UK via key distributors to the food service sector, including business and industry sector, education. Really keen to work with multiple schools and universities, and healthcare as well, including multiple hospitals. And we also work closely with events industry such as music and sporting events across the UK. And we kind of supply into some of the kind of major global contract caterers as well. Next slide, please. So to increase the uptake of plant-based food, we truly believe that there needs to be kind of a bit of guidance to kind of support chefs on how to present the food, kind of almost attracting it to the masses rather than just a small section of society, kind of almost exciting people about food. So we kind of have this some document that we call Flavor Chronicles, which is kind of a range of concepts and recipes to almost guide the end user to be able to kind of present the food in a more appropriate way, and just encourage everyone to kind of probably increase the uptake of plant-based food in their diet rather than having to rely on meat as part of their core staple diet. Next, please. Next slide, please. Over the kind of period of time, we've managed to create quite a lot of key partnerships, which has helped us. Vertical farming is a really kind of cool tool almost to improve sustainability across the industry, but it needs, we believe, a lot of innovation. It still needs some research and development to kind of truly take products to market from a vertical farm. We have ambitions to use the facility, as mentioned before, as a innovative tool to kind of help improve nutrition within food specifically. And so we're working very closely with a variety of universities, and it's really important for us to kind of keep pushing the boundaries of the science. The level of control you have is phenomenal, and it can do so much more things to crops. And you really believe if we want to be able to provide nutritional food for the world, we need to use tools like vertical farming. But it needs work, and it needs collaboration with a variety of institutes. And we're working closely with a lot of UK-based partners to keep researching, innovating, and creating new tools that we can then use going forward within our sector. Next slide, please. Oh, that's it. Sorry, I thought there was more. There's my name is Priyesh. Happy to show anyone around. Our facility, like I said, is based in Northamptonshire in Horton. We quite routinely kind of showcase our vertical farm and our kind of production facility and our plant-based food brand to guests. So welcome to come around and visit, see what we're doing. And yeah, please keep in touch if you're interested to speak more about what we're doing.
Thank you, Priyesh, for taking us through that. That was another really interesting talk to learn about food production in a completely different way to I'm sure many people have thought about or perhaps even heard about before. And I was really interested there to hear about the impact the different light colours and light spectrum has on the plant, the crops, and how that influences it. which was great to learn a little bit more about, and I'm sure it's really complex. So thank you for that. As with previous years, we're now going to move into our panel discussion. So hopefully a few people watching have had an opportunity to submit some questions. If you want to do so, the email address is on the screen there. It's NNClimate23@northnorthants.gov.uk. And I'm going to hand over to Graham Kane, who's going to chair this panel and take us through some questions with the speakers. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentland. Thank you very much. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Tom, Ed, Priyesh, thanks ever so much indeed for your presentations. I thoroughly enjoyed them. I really did. And I've been making lots of notes here of things I didn't know about your sector and farming, and it'd be good to explore those a little bit more with you now. So let's try and do that. So I've got some opening questions for you. Sometimes I'll direct them directly to individuals. Sometimes I'll just throw them out there and see who wants to pick them up, and we'll see if we can have a discussion around them. I've also, to help us all, I've tried to theme them a little bit as well, so we might move from one theme to the next. The first theme I'm going to pick up on is around sharing best practice and collaboration, and you all talked about this in your presentations, and it's such an important part of this conference, and why we do this conference is to encourage best practice to be shared so that others can pick up ideas and hopefully take them forward in their own way. So Tom, I'm going to start with you if you don't mind, but you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation around the work you do with schools and linking up farmers with schools. So can you tell us a little bit more about how that works and the sorts of things that young people find particularly interesting when you and your colleagues and others go and speak to schools?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm only too happy to talk about that. We do everything we can, really. It's really important. We talk about the future of our industry, but in terms of farming, it's not only essential that we help people to understand where their food comes from as future consumers, definitely future workforce, but also future decision makers. You know, it's imperative that our politicians understand the pressures and challenges and opportunities within agriculture. So we run a small charity called Farmer Time. We link up farmers and schools around the UK. Each farmer has their own class, and they have a series of video calls every 2 to 3 weeks. The teacher will send a message to the farmer saying, hey, we're currently studying genetics or reproduction or poo or air or water or climate change, whatever it might be. And the farmer goes somewhere appropriate on their farm, introduces where they are, and the children then just fire questions for about 15 minutes. You were asking what they're interested in. The answer is everything. And it's remarkable. We have this fantastic canvas of the British countryside. It relates to so many school subjects and so many areas of interest. And I've been doing this for myself for kind of 6-7 years. And we never finish with fewer hands in the air than we do at the beginning. There are always more questions because of that curiosity. I mean, it's great that Priyesh's company is Eat Curious. Well, this is we're trying to encourage that curiosity.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Tom. And yes, it's very often inspiring, engaging with children, whether it's your own children or whether it's other children in schools. Just their level of enthusiasm and, as you say, energy and the curiosity is inspiring. Long may it continue. So, Ed, in a similar kind of way, then you talked about in your presentation about the importance of promoting the practices that you have on your farm, and you're wanting your visitors to engage in them when they come, and some of the challenges you've had in having them engage with the elements perhaps you would like them to engage with more, like the walks and so forth. But what sort of things do you find they get particularly interested in? Is it the technology? Is it the solar panels? Is it the biomass or the waste composting facility there? What is it that people really, particularly young people and families, what do they get really excited about? You're on mute there, Ed, just before you launch into anything.
Thank you. Probably the least technologically advanced person here. As Tom said, everything actually. Jeremy Clarkson, believe it or not, is probably one of the biggest starting talking points, because they feel, whatever you think about him or whatever his program, or he's given some people an understanding they didn't have before. And when I was watching it, I was going, I've made those mistakes as well. But it's a broad spectrum. They're interested in the environment. We often talk about environment. We talk about the different species of animal or bird, for example, turtle doves and things like that. And how they're decreasing number coming in terms of migratory birds, and how we can then help them, and what we're actually doing to help them, and always giving people hope, really, in terms of us. So we have, so when Tom is saying, when you say about schools, you have different groups coming with different wants. So with the schools and the children, they're often very open-eyed, and they're as Tom said, they will ask about anything. You know, they're interested in stones. You know, the more stones they can collect, the better. And to give them a bag. So we always give them a bag when they're walking around to pick something up, to take them and take home, that they can remind them of their visit, something we were talking about. Families will be looking at the food. Often we'll be looking at the food, the practices, animals, trends as well. So regenerative farming is quite a buzz with that. So we asked a lot about regenerative farming and how people see us going forward. But for us, it's giving them a question, or putting a question in their mind that makes them think when they leave. So it's always asking them, how do you see this developing? How would you like to, you know? So for us, our main produce now is beef and lamb, and we often get a lot of vegans and vegetarians coming, and we don't argue our case. We just say this is the effect we have in the environment by having cattle. You know, we've increased the amount of birds. We've got a fantastic vole mouse population, which is then supporting all the birds of prey. We didn't have that with monoculture and through the arable system. We still have some arable on the farm, but it's just trying to portray different, just being open and portraying everything that we have. But it's different for different groups. There's no real one thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly sounds like that. And with all that you offer, it sounds very much like people can come and explore in whichever direction, to whichever depth they would like, which is great for them, obviously, to find their own path, as it were. And one of the words you used in there was hope. And I think that's an important word with this agenda, because I think you know, a lot of people can find it, quite rightly, challenging to consider climate change and the effect that it's having on our world, and to give them opportunities of hope and to see what can come by working differently. I think is very, very important. So thank you for that. Priyesh, then, thinking about your sector, you talked in your presentation about collaboration. So can you tell me a bit more about that? Particularly, what do you think needs to happen to encourage greater collaboration, particularly in North Northampton, in our region, to stimulate more of the types of industry that you are working in, and more of the innovation? What could we as a local authority, or indeed any other group across North Northamptonshire, do to try and stimulate greater collaboration? Have you had any ideas about that when you've been working with your colleagues and others in the sector?
Yeah, so I suppose business splits in two in a way. You've got the plant-based food side of the business. So there's a lot of, most sites within Northamptonshire will have some sort of contract caterers they work with, and they tend to have high-level kind of agendas where they're trying to reduce their carbon footprint of their food, and they're struggling with ways to do that, for example, and some of them are, the way they're trying to achieve that is to encourage plant-based food has been a kind of great part of their offering, but they're struggling to how to implement that and lack the kind of right ingredients, really. And so we're really keen to work with institutions, whether it's schoolings, whether it's universities, whether it's hospitals or councils and so on be able to kind of achieve their goal. And even if it's not using our ingredients, just be able to utilize plant-based ingredients in a better way. And that's going to really, I think, really important to be able to kind of make a difference, really. We see a lot of sites struggling on how to do that. When it comes to vertical farming, I truly believe that the industry is not ready yet to be fully commercial and fully kind of maximize its potential. There's a lot of, if you Google vertical farming, there's a lot of noise in there and saying, oh, we can grow all sorts of different crops and that can replace traditional farming. It's never going to do that. And there is definitely some crops that can be commercially grown at scale and in a sustainable way, providing there is definitely a renewable energy source, for example, and you have the ability to recycle water and so on. But it's definitely in its kind of early stages. And so we need to still continue to work with universities on research. And so it's tapping into the kind of local academia network. We do work with a few kind of colleges and universities outside of this region. But within the region, it's just kind of signposting us to anyone who's interested in this field, who's working within this field, because we know a lot of academic institutions don't have the facilities to be able to test their expertise on, and we do. So it's working closely with those that have a keen interest in this field, and just being put in touch with really. But we all need to work together to make a difference. It's not a case of we can go off ourselves and start growing crops and selling them to a retailer and making a difference. We need to kind of collaborate and make a difference together. And like I said, the industry is very new, very, very new. It's in its early days. I kind of say it's where the electric car market was around about 5 to 10 years ago. We all know we needed it, but it wasn't quite ready at the time. And so, yeah.
Those are really valuable reflections, Prayesh. Thank you. And there's a couple of things I want to pick up from that. One is it's very interesting to hear about the importance of networks, and certainly here at North Northampton Council, we are very keen to work with our business partners and friends to stimulate those networks that we can learn from each other. And we had our Big 50 event fairly recently, which is an ongoing conversation with partners across North Northampton about what the future might look like in 2050. And we're keen to carry on that conversation with all partners from the business community, from our communities as well, faith sector, etc. So please do, all three of you, engage in that conversation around Big 50 if you haven't already. That'd be fabulous to have you involved in that, and any others who might be listening who'd like to get involved in that conversation. So I'm going to pick up on what you were talking there about, Prayesh, around profitability. And Ed, you mentioned it in your presentation as well, the importance of the 3 pillars of sustainability, being environmental, of course, social and economic. And if we don't have one of those 3 pillars, the theory is the stool falls over. So we need to nurture all 3 pillars of that stool. So let's together talk a little bit about profitability. And Tom, I might come to you if you don't mind. Prayesh was talking there about sort of the yields that you might get from the approach that he takes. Some of what you hear sometimes around the type of farming you've adopted there is it reduces the yield and therefore reduces profitability for the farmer, which is obviously a significant consideration. Is there something there you want to discuss a little bit more, unpack? What have your experiences been around yield and therefore the impact on the economic sustainability of farms?
Yeah, I think that's something really important. In fact, it's absolutely imperative to address. You can't be green if you're in the red. I mean, that's the kind of absolute baseline. And I should have actually mentioned the kind of final 2 pillars of regenerative farming without getting too kind of evangelical. That one is context, which is what works on my field might not work in Ed's field, or what works in this field might not work in the next one. So it's very much about context. But then finally, it's about focus. And we can make some changes and see our yield drop away. And I see people doing that. I've just bought this new exciting bit of kit, but it hasn't worked. Doesn't work for me. Actually, it's about bringing all these things together. It's about, for farmers, touching on knowledge transfer as well. It's about a deep learning, a deep understanding. And I shall never get to the end of understanding about the ecosystem around me, but I shall do my best. I shall try and get there. We learn every day, but it's about implementing all those measures. It's about being curious. It's about thinking, why didn't that work? Why did that work? What can I improve on next time? It's very scientific, in fact. Our schools work. We're hypothesizing. We're researching. We're putting things into practice. We're collecting data and analysing and going again.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned skills, because I hope to come back to that actually along the lines of what you were just saying. If we've got time, I'll come back to that. But I want to come to Ed then. So Tom was talking there about innovation, and of course with innovation there comes some great discoveries and achievements, some of which achieve great things for society or the environment, or indeed the bottom line. What about you, Ed? Have there been innovations that you've tried and just haven't worked, or things that were particularly hard to implement, but you carried on going and you got there in the end? What's your journey been like around innovation? Because it can be a challenging space sometimes.
I like to think of Dyson in terms of innovation. Everything we've done, the amount of times we got it wrong before we got it right.
That's right.
So it's pretty similar to here. What Tom said, context is so important for individual businesses. we're very fortunate in that we have diverse income streams on the farm. So I listed the things that we have here. Yeah. And it's not just the farm. So we have the farm park, we have the children's nursery, and other income streams. And that allows us to invest in other areas. So if you just have the one income stream, it's very difficult always to invest in that area all the time, because the effect that has on the business, if you get it wrong, in terms of proportion, could be quite large. So we do tinker a lot in what we're doing, and in terms of the Boston Matrix, shooting star, whatever, we think this is an area that can grow. This is an area that can grow greatly, and we will invest in that, and we won't give up. Because you often get things that put you back, but you still believe in it, but it's just not the right way. So it is context. I mean, we don't like to take. For me, what Tom said in terms of context is so vital. Often people would take a formula from one place and try and go put it into ours and go, that should work. And there are many different factors that will make it won't work. So we just have a look at a concept. We say, right, this is our situation. How can it work best in our situation? This is what we're coming in. And before we even try, we'll be trying to narrow it down. And I see so many times that people just take it piecemeal, put it in, and it doesn't necessarily work. And it's because they haven't got the same values applied to all the certain areas when it goes in there. So I don't know if that's answered your question. I've talked around a complete circle there.
No, that's helpful. No, not at all. That's helpful. There's lots, and I was going to come on to just a second about advice you would give to others looking to work more sustainably. In actual fact, you've given some there around, trying a variety of different things, making sure you've got a diversified portfolio so that the winners and the losers balance out each other to a certain extent. Keep trying things, keep persevering. I suspect in there as well, there's one around learning to fail faster. So sometimes just realizing that that's not a goer, and to end that one, but other ones you persevere with and keep on pushing through. So that's all very sound and useful advice. Thank you. So Prayesh, turning to you then. So you were saying how your area is still quite young in its development. And therefore, I suspect it's challenging to get into. Is there any advice that you would give to others who are thinking about getting into your sector? Appreciate you don't want to encourage competition too much, but at the same time, healthy competition stimulates the sector. So any advice to people looking to get into the type of food production that you're getting into, or food development that you're in as well?
I don't think anyone's as stupid as what we were when we started this project. To be honest, we never had a real business plan where we were keen to do something. The idea came out of boredom. We were bored during lockdown. We kind of had an opportunity, and we decided to just go for things. I think the basic advice you give someone is if you've got a passion for something, just go for it, and you will eventually find a pathway, and that will lead you to something that's hopefully going to make a difference. All I would say though in general is we wouldn't be able to do anything all that we've done today. We wouldn't be able to do without other people. So you have to engage. You have to attend things like this. You have to speak to different people. A huge amount of help recently has actually been University of Northampton, so on our doorstep. They're becoming huge pioneers for sustainability within businesses. So I'd recommend anyone who's got an idea or has a business that wants to improve their sustainability or carbon footprint is to reach out to these institutions. Reach out to University of Northampton. They will be happy to work with industry. They've got a huge amount of expertise there that will be really keen to kind of just get involved really and guide and advise. And we just need to almost tap into the knowledge and expertise that is out there and not become very insular and just kind of think we know it all and kind of do things ourselves. I think that's really important. And there is a lot more help out there than people think, even financial support as well. So there's government-funded R&D projects out there that, as long as you kind of tick the criteria, they will be happy to support. So it's just looking outside the box really and keep exploring. Really.
Again, that's great, Prayesh, and congratulations to you to have the inspiration in the first place, but also the tenacity to get on and do what you've done. So well done indeed. I'm glad you mentioned University of Northampton, because they have been contributors to our previous climate change conferences in previous years. So they've certainly engaged with us and continue to do so on this topic, as well as many others as well. So that's an excellent signpost for people. And also around funding, it's interesting because Ed, you talked as well about the grants that you've received in your business over the years, whether it's a renewable heat incentive or others that you mentioned there as well. And it does give me the opportunity, if you don't mind, just to signpost a grant scheme that's currently out there for small and medium enterprises, which we call NNClimate grants, Northamptonshire decarb grants. All the information is out there on our website. So I say this to anybody who might be listening out there wanting to get involved, because we appreciate that, you know, businesses have a bottom line to look after. They don't necessarily have the capital and the cash flow necessary to be investing in these sorts of technologies, and they need some stimulus to be able to do that. So this particular grant scheme, as I say, NNClimate grants, is for up to £5,000 for small, medium enterprises to increase energy efficiency, move to a low carbon economy, and reduce greenhouse gases. So it might help with, say, biomass boilers, like you've been talking about, solar panels, heating and controls, lighting controls, and so forth. So that scheme closes on the 15th of December, everybody. So if you're interested in looking at that, then please do go to our website, look for NNClimate, and hopefully one of the slides that's coming up between the sessions is also picking up on that as well. And hopefully that will just help people move along with their aspirations around sustainability and climate change. So picking up on some of the other things that you've mentioned there, folks, is around culture. Actually, you talked about, particularly Ed, actually, I'll come to you first. You talked about the importance of people and their commitment to the same agenda and same vision in order to ensure success. So I'd like to hear from each of you around how you instill that in your team, how you instill sustainability principles and values in your team, how you maybe develop their knowledge and experience in this area and share together, but also around whether you recruit for these values. So when you're recruiting people, is it something you talk about, sustainability and environmental management? Is that so important that you put it at the front of your recruitment process and your developing of your organization? So Ed, is there a bit more you want to say about your team and how they support your agenda?
If they're watching this, they're fantastic. They're all fantastic. When you said about do you hire people in terms of the sustainability, I would say not necessarily, but we do look for people who are interested in what we're doing, who take an interest straight away in our concepts, so that we don't put it as it's not one of the main issue things that we're looking at straight away. We'll put it down. We'll put it on an advert. But it's not necessarily. We're all looking at the productivity and efficiency that we're really, and the character as well in terms of facing adversity and things. So no, it's in terms of the team though that we have. It's making clear your goals so that you know what you're trying to. They know what you're trying to achieve. If they're not sure about what you're trying to achieve, then it's more difficult to get on board. The picture I said, we've got a chef who's been with us for 5 years now, and we've took him on this journey in terms of courses, butchery courses and things like that. And he is so on board now about what we're doing. He actually helps look after the cattle. So it's not in his job description, but he does. And he'll be able to rotate them. And he's looking at the plants that we're actually growing in the different fields. We're saying, well, you're Tom, we've been looking at. You're looking at root depths. You're looking at real variation of root depths, root different types of plants, so that it can help you in drought seasons and wet seasons and everything. And then you're looking at how it's affecting the environment. And all that team know about this now. They've all learned something, and they've been bringing something back in terms of I've been reading this, I've been reading about that. So they're the qualities that we have in the team. But it's, as I said, it's about the leaders. If you don't provide that enthusiasm, the passion, the direction, it's hard getting them to follow, I think.
Thanks. And that's not easy for leaders either, because they have to draw their energy from somewhere as well to keep on going, because it can be a challenging, well, challenging jobs that you all do, but also challenging to carry on trying to address the sustainability and climate change issues that we have. Tom, what about you? What about your team, and how do you instill those kind of environmental values amongst those you work with?
Yeah, it's really important to us. I would say we hire attitude and then we instill culture. So I want somebody who is, going to be keen, going to be up for it, going to be flexible, going to be a problem solver, going to be curious, going to be good with the public when they interact with them, going to be kind. But we can instill culture. I agree with Ed. It's important to set goals. I think it's really important to be demonstrating that as well. And one of the things that's really, really important to me, important to us, is training. And you talk about leaders needing energy. Well, for me, it's getting off the farm, and coming to something like this, or or traveling for training. A lot of the fantastic regenerative farmers who are across in the States. One of the most inspiring times I found in my farming career was 7 years ago. I was in Singapore, looking at, amongst other things, actually vertical farming out there, which was fascinating. But that was tremendously inspirational. And kind of fires me to what we do. Incidentally, we are hiring at the moment. If anyone would like to come and work on our farm, just get in touch. If you've got the right attitude, you'd be welcome to come and be a part of what we do.
That's great, Tom. Yeah, it's interesting. Both of you talked about attitude, and we certainly hear that time and again from businesses. Again, as a local authority, we support a lot of the job fairs that go on in the colleges and elsewhere across Northampton to try and encourage people and enable people to get into jobs. And so often, the recruiting companies are saying, we're looking for attitude, we're looking for that curiosity, that commitment, the tenacity, and after that we can develop the skills once they're with us. So that's very interesting. Prayesh, anything you wanted to say around skills? And I'm going to pick up on what Tom said earlier as well, and rings very true, obviously, in your business, is the link to science. All of you talked to greater and lesser extents about science and actual fact, and I was hugely impressed and learning a great deal around just how much science influences the approach that you take. So is there anything you'd like to say about how you recruit and what skills you're looking for, and whether or not those skills exist? What more do we need to do as an authority to ensure we've got these skills to develop sustainable technologies, innovative technologies, etc.?
Yeah, so I agree with Tom and Ed. It is about values and culture. We can set the standards. We can also set company goals. Yeah. And so when you recruit, and you kind of give a vision of the company and where we're going to heading and why we're doing things, it kind of becomes very clear, the agenda, and therefore appeals to those that are interested in improving sustainability and so on. So for us personally, it's been pretty clear our roles are around sustainability and trying to improve specific aspects of what we're trying to do in the world. But more importantly, I think the scientific aspect, vertical farming is very bespoke, very niche. So you need engineers who can work with robotics and so on. You need plant scientists, and we need nutritionists. And so when it comes to recruitment, the first thing you do is you look at the academic sector and see what the local institutions are doing and what their focus is on. And we know it's not realistic for every region in the country to have all of the expertise that you need. You might have to go outside the region, and that's just understandable. We fortunately have a few colleges here around this area that are focused in the industry that we're involved in, and so again, I don't think it's anything down to what the local authorities can do. It's down to us to kind of engage with those institutions and say, right, we're looking for these kind of expertise. Do you have that within your kind of student base, and are they looking for roles once they leave? And yeah, just forging those relationships. So maybe there could be more collaborative kind of events where key sectors get meet industry partners and kind of understand what's available within their community. And so they can almost get in touch with us and say, well, actually, we've got a program of these students who are interested in this field. Would you be interested in kind of working together or having an open day where you can get people coming around? And then if there's a job opportunity, then it kind of becomes a little bit easier, more streamlined. I believe it's down to us to kind of get involved with what's available rather than the other way around.
Sure, that's great. Thanks, Presh. That's very helpful, and pleased to say we've got a representative from Bedford Group talking later on, from that group of colleges talking later on, one of our later panels today. So again, we work closely with them, and are it's great to collaborate with them. So just thinking about the future then, in many ways, what you've been talking about today is we're already living in the future. These are new technologies, new approaches that we're adopting and hoping to see more of. But looking forward into the future then. So in what ways can vertical farming, Prayesh, and the sustainable traditional farming methods that Tom and Ed have been talking, how can they complement each other going forward? So are we moving into a world where it will all be farming by vertical indoor farming, or is there a future for Tom and Ed's approach? Well, any thoughts around there? Tom, I'll come to you first. How do you think the two can complement each other? Is there certain products and crops that are going to be grown in one way, or is it, what's it going to look and feel like in, say, 20 years' time?
Yeah, good question. And I started off by saying this is a diverse issue, and one that isn't solved with one solution. There is no cookie cutter. I absolutely believe you've got two great farmers on the call this morning, and all three of us are a part of the solution. Sorry, I should say I'm the not great farmer anyway. I wasn't picking out. No. I don't have no favourites. And all are part of the solution. Will we move to 100% vertical farming? I don't think so. Will we move to 100% industrial brews a la kind of George Monbiot? I don't think so. Will we move back to a kind of plains-based agrarian, very free? No, I don't think we will. I think actually it's everything and all of these, and just being as mindful as we can, particularly about the pressures of climate, but also human health and biodiversity as well. Sure,
thanks. Prayesh, from your sector, how do you think the two can complement and work alongside each other? You're going to be competing all the time, or are you actually going to find a harmonious way to complement each other?
No, agree, Tom. 10 billion people on this planet by 2050, is it? Yeah. So we need to improve. We need to add to the capacity almost. Vertical farming is not going to be appropriate for a vast array of crops and fruited crops and so on out there. So there will definitely be a combination. Vertical farming cannot be a solution for everything. That's fact. Anyone that says otherwise, I don't believe truly understands the technology and the capabilities and maybe the commercial viability either. And so there's going to be a combination. I don't understand the whole vertical farming taking over farming. It doesn't make sense. It's there to supplement. It's just an innovation part of the industry. There's even kind of aspects where it will be part of the journey. So there could be an early stage, a nursery stage almost of crops in vertical farms, and then they're transferred out to our open field farming. So it's just to supplement the system. And like I said, we need to do an awful lot of innovation within the industry to be able to feed the number of people we're going to need to over the next 20, 30 years. So definitely not a threat. Anyone that sees it as a threat, I don't need to reconsider their understanding of the system. It's there to supplement, really.
Thanks, Presh. And Ed, what about you? What's the future of farming, or indeed what's the future of West Lodge Farm? Are there things that you want to bring on to the farm in the next few years? What's the future there? What's the visitor experience going to be like when I come in 20 years' time?
Oh, dearie me, you've seen Jurassic Park, it'd be amazing. I totally agree with Tom and Prayesh. With the I'll probably be a bit controversial here. Here go with that. When you go to these regenerative shows and sustainable farm shows and things like that, and I've been to some trial groups as well. It's trying to get people to work together often, and so because you get people who go, my way is the right way, this is the way to do it, and this is the right way, and it's not always the case. It's a combination of all of them, and the vertical farming. There's going to be there's a place for that, especially when you're looking at the customer base. It's so broad as well. It's and I think that's that's almost like the starting point in terms of going forward, is how do you get, I was trying to get over it, I rushed through the last bit, it took too much time at the beginning, but it's how do you get your message over to the consumer? How do you get the people that are actually eating all that food, and how do you get them to stop wasting so much food? How do you get them to stop being so selective about all their food, and being selective in the right way? And one of the things that is most dear to us here, when you say about what are you going to be in the next 20 years, one of the things that's most dear to me, and I said it at the start, that slide of why do we do it? And I showed the pictures of the different creatures that we have on the farm, and we monitor what we're actually doing. We have ways of monitoring the results. So when you said about how do you get your team to be so involved, we're saying any new species that we have on the farm, we plaster it all over our group chats and say, we've got this, it's amazing, look at this, a new butterfly, wow, it's not been on the farm before. New plants, new flowers, whatever it is. And they take an interest, and then it's my wife will plaster all over Facebook as usual. But it's that for me, in terms of going forward in the future, the thing that I said about being controversial, I went to a talk by Henry Dimbleby about the food strategy. And I was in a hall, and everybody thought how fantastic it was, the food strategy. But the one thing that was really concerning to me was that he had a slide, and it basically said nature is important in terms of biodiversity, but we can't value it. And he justified why they don't value biodiversity in terms of the nature, because it changes over seasons, it's different at different times of year, so you can't measure it very well. And it reminds me of that, I'm used to the names, here you go. It reminds me of that saying where, you know, when you value a tree more when it's dead than when it's alive, you know, we've got a social dilemma, we've got a problem. And if we are serious about, you know, carbon sequestration and things like that, we need that value of nature. We need to do that. So when you're saying to me, what are we aiming at in the next 20 years? I am aiming at getting every visitor to value nature. So when I go back to that question about what you said about Dyson, about, well, not Dyson, but you're saying about your trials and how you overcome them. We do innovate, and we're looking at, I said on the tour, we're looking at this farm shop, but we visited Normandy, and then the French system, bless the French, the French system is much more about the local community and resourcing food locally. And that's what we're going to be looking at here. We're looking at resourcing all our food locally and supplying our local market from a local produce that produce sustainably, minimum energy, minimum pollution, minimum water, minimum waste. And it sounds like, but that's why we have the rocket, why we have the biodiversity. That's why we're planting trees, so we can then harvest our own trees to go through to the biomass. So it's creating all those circles and creating all those cycles. And so we want to be a place where when people come in 20 years' time, they're going, that's brilliant, why don't other people do that? And that's what I said about the leaders. It's in their context, it's fine for us in our situation. On the middle of Highlands, it may not be right. It's not going to be right. But for our situation, this is the research we've done. This is the decisions we're making. It may be not right, might be wrong, whatever, but we're going with it, and we think we can make it go. So you're going to see a lot more trees. You're going to see a lot more animals, hopefully, and a lot more insects, which do annoy people, believe it or not. So that's what I said about, you know, reality is not always what people want, but it's important that they're educated about it.
Well, that's a great picture of the future you paint there, Ed. So thank you very much. And we're out of time, but I'm going to steal your phrase there and coin it slightly differently. You talked about every visitor valuing nature. Now, I think as a local authority and as a community across Northamptonshire, we would love it if every resident and every visitor to our area valued nature in the way that you all do. So thank you so much for your contributions this morning. I've thoroughly enjoyed listening to you and learning from you. So thanks for sharing. Thanks for willing to give up your time this morning and share with many others. And I'm quite sure many out there listening in the future will have found this absolutely inspirational. Just a message to them, if you're listening to this and you've got things that have been successful in your business or in your life around climate change and sustainability, we'd love to hear from you. So please get in touch and we can learn more about it. And perhaps you'll find yourself on one of these panels in the future, which would be wonderful. But thanks so much to Tom, Ed, and Prayesh for your contributions this morning. It's been really, really valuable. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you. So I think that just leaves me to wrap up and say we do have more sessions today. So if you're able to tune back in and follow some of our other panel sessions, that would be wonderful. Our next session is due to start at 11:45. And that is around shaping our new green economy. So that's session 2, and we've got 3 panel guests then. So please do join us for that session later on this morning. So thank you ever so much.
So welcome back everybody to the second session of our NNClimate23 climate conference. We've got a lineup of three more really interesting speakers who are going to be talking to us about the innovative ways that their organisations are looking at tackling really important issues in terms of manufacturing and energy supply locally. So I'm going to hand over now to our first speaker, Dr. Kelly Manders, who is the Regional Development Manager for the Strategy Team at Cadent Gas. Kelly is responsible for a number of regional hydrogen transition programmes, including the East Coast Hydrogen, Capital Hydrogen and Hydrogen Valley. So over to you, Kelly, to talk us through a bit more about the work that you are doing.
Morning, everyone, and many thanks indeed for the invitation to speak to you this morning at the conference. It's very much appreciated. So I hope to give you an overview this morning of the transition of our gas network over to net zero on a region by region basis. So I'm going to give you an overview of what we're doing for the whole of our footprint, but specifically focused on the benefits to the particular region that we're talking about today. Next slide, please. Can we move on to the next one? Am I in control or no? Okay, so just to give you an overview, Cadent is the UK's biggest gas network, and we bring gas to 11 million homes and businesses across a footprint of the North West, the West Midlands, the East Midlands, the East of England and part of North London. So we operate a network of over 82,000 miles of pipework. We don't buy gas, we don't sell gas, we just transport it through the distribution network in these regions. So we've been engaged in a process of mains replacement, and for the East of England, for example, we have replaced as much pipework as it would take to get from here to Sydney. So it's a significant operation, and we've transitioned that metal steel pipework over to polyethylene so that it is hydrogen ready. Next slide, please. So we can't go on burning unabated natural gas, and Cadent has committed to support the UK government's net zero ambitions by 2050. And our role in that is to transition the UK's natural gas network over to low carbon hydrogen by that deadline. So our near-term focus is on distributing hydrogen to heavy industry, power generation and transport. So government have given us the mandate to look at how we can help those big, heavy gas users to transition over from natural gas over to hydrogen, what that will mean for the network and what that will mean for those customers. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about the individual programs that we're now working on and when we can expect to see hydrogen becoming available. Next slide, please. So what is hydrogen and what does it mean for people? So the government has set about designing a low carbon hydrogen standard, and all hydrogen that flows through the UK's gas network will have to meet this low carbon hydrogen standard. So grey or black hydrogen is what is formed from a steam reformation of natural gas to form hydrogen. But if you trap that carbon that is produced as part of the reformation process in a carbon capture, utilisation and storage process, then you get blue hydrogen. If you produce it using wind or solar, you get the electrolytic hydrogen. So whilst blue hydrogen is not classed as zero carbon, it is very, very low carbon, and currently lower carbon than the electricity network. So we are focused on driving down the carbon intensity of the grid, and only at that point will then hydrogen become a very, very valuable storage vector to support both the electricity and the gas network. Move on, please. So there's a lot going on in this space in the hydrogen economy, development and initiation of that hydrogen economy in the UK. In 2021, the government published the hydrogen strategy, and at that point we were the most advanced nation in our plans and development around hydrogen. We have the hydrogen investor roadmap and the production business model now in development. I've mentioned the low carbon hydrogen standard, and then there are some key decision points that we're still waiting for. So hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have a decision on whether hydrogen can be blended into the natural gas network that we currently have available to us all. So that would be up to 20% blend of hydrogen into the gas network. So that will be helping to decarbonise homes and businesses across the UK. We then have a number of aspects to look at around the transport and storage infrastructure for hydrogen, and whether hydrogen will be used in our homes to heat our homes. A decision should be made by the government in 2026. So as I said, mentioned previously, we're going to focus on those heavy gas users for now and wait for the home heating decision later on. So what is Cadent doing to help this transition? So we have a number of programmes, research development and deployment programmes that are happening across the UK that are helping to prove the business case and the safety case for hydrogen. So there's been a significant amount of system resilience work happening. I've talked about the blending decision, and a programme of work of 670 properties have been operational with a 20% blend of hydrogen for 10 months. And this was the first time that hydrogen was put into the natural gas network, and it was shown to be safe, secure, and operationally very successful. We have potential village trials to be developed and hydrogen town rollout plans. So the government is looking for submission of bids to go into those trials and test activities. Next slide, please. So I showed you at the beginning the Cadent gas network, and this just shows you that we're trying to transition our network. We've broken up the network into bite-sized pieces. And I'm going to take you through each of the programmes and then focus on the one that's very relevant to Northamptonshire. So our most advanced programme is the HyNet programme, and this is at feed stage, so front-end engineering design stage, so they're just about ready to put the spade in the ground and build a new 100% hydrogen pipeline to connect hydrogen production off the coast of Liverpool and bring it onshore into that Liverpool City region. So this is the development of around 150 kilometres of brand new 100% hydrogen pipeline that will connect that heavy industry and enable that transition to take place. We then move across to the East Coast. Then we have a programme called East Coast Hydrogen, which again is looking at bringing hydrogen production off the coast around Teesside and the Humber and bringing it down into the East Midlands. So this is a much bigger, more significant programme of around 800 kilometres of new pipeline. As a subset of that, we have a programme called East Midlands Hydrogen. So we've seen significant demand in this region around the Nottingham Derby area. And so that's formed a subcluster of demand of companies and businesses demanding hydrogen in that region. And we have the potential there for inland hydrogen production, which is a significant development, recent significant development. We then have our Hydrogen Valley and Capital Hydrogen programmes. So that's about bringing hydrogen to the capital city, again, bringing that hydrogen production off the coast of East Anglia and how we bring that into the country. So it will probably travel east to west, passing by and through Northamptonshire, which is why this programme is very relevant to you guys on this call. Next slide, please. So just to take a step back, National Gas are working on a project called Project Union, which will bring a hydrogen backbone to the UK, and then the distribution networks which we manage will tap into that backbone and enable hydrogen to pass through the distribution networks. But in the meantime, whilst we're waiting for that backbone to be developed, we are developing our own regional programmes, as I've previously mentioned. So this is HyNet, the most advanced programme, and you can see the region that's going to service in the northwest. Next slide, please. And then these are the regions, the East Coast Hydrogen region, which will come as far down as Northamptonshire. So there's a potential there to connect the area into the East Coast Hydrogen pipeline. but then also Hydrogen Valley, so that east to west pipeline that we were talking about from Bacton into Peterborough and Cambridge, across into Northamptonshire, and then into the West Midlands. So potentially you have 2 opportunities to connect into a new hydrogen backbone for the UK. Next slide, please. So this is just to help you kind of see where you fit in the programmes. So you can see that Northamptonshire fits in the middle of that Hydrogen Valley programme, which we've been talking about, looking at where we can bring hydrogen production from Bacton and into the West Midlands through that route there. So what we've done is we've formed a consortium group of heavy gas industrial users and we are collecting forecasts from those users to understand how they plan to transition over to hydrogen, what the problems that they may face and the challenges they may face, what opportunities there are, and the development also of economic benefits for the local region in skills development, and also the jobs that can be created through these new pipeline developments that we're in the process of developing. Next slide, please. So here again, this is some work that we've been doing around hydrogen supply and demand. So looking at where the hydrogen supply is going to come from and where those hotspots of demand might be and how we can connect those. So you can see that there are a range of demand centres around industry, road and transport, aviation, and the power sector, and how we can think about that demand and how it will transition over from natural gas and also over to hydrogen, but also where there might be new markets developing. So if we transition some of our HGVs over from petrol and diesel and over to hydrogen, what that means for the natural gas network that we currently have and how we utilise that further. Next slide, please. So this is an example of the consortium groups that we have formed, where we're trying to really understand from these sectors exactly what their decarbonisation plans will look like, how far advanced they are, and how this gas network will support them in their decarbonisation plans. For any companies in this region that would like to join the consortium groups, you'd be more than welcome to join those. I'm happy to have follow-up calls with any companies and their plans to understand a little bit more about hydrogen and what the opportunities it can bring for businesses in this region. Next slide, please. So I talked a little bit about jobs created and the skills development, but we really have managed to develop and predict some numbers around jobs creation and the skills and activities that could be attracted to the regions that we're working hard on for the decarbonisation aspect. So those numbers are up there. So significant numbers of jobs, significant numbers of GVA, and transferring this kind of central area of England over to hydrogen. Next slide, please. And some further work that we've done in the Hydrogen Valley region, which is emerging and which is very relevant for Northamptonshire, is hotspots of activity. So whilst we're waiting for the main gas network to transition over to hydrogen, there's an opportunity to advance some hotspots of activity around local hydrogen production matched with local demand, so that we can really showcase and deploy hydrogen in the interim period before the big pipelines are ready. And one of those particular hotspots is around Corby, and a Corby hub for green hydrogen, so potential localised production for local demand. And again, if anybody's interested in finding out more about that hotspot, I would be interested in meeting with any companies that are interested in joining that hotspot group as we look at how we can develop that further. So I'll just say a little bit more about that aspect now on the next slide. So there's a potential for the Corby Power Station, which will be is coming to the end of its operational lifetime, to transition over to become a hydrogen generator in the Corby region. So we'll be looking at how we can utilise that hydrogen production in the very localised area around Corby and Burton Latimer. So there's potentially some disused pipeline that we could bring back into use, and make sure that that local hydrogen production is utilised in the local area, and get some added value to the region at this particular point in time. Next slide, please. So you can see the site there of the power station on the former steelworks, and much of that has closed, but there are some new developments in that area, but also a pipeline around that area and over to Burton Latimer. There's a real opportunity here that we're investigating at the moment. So again, if anybody was interested in becoming an off-taker for that hydrogen, I'd be interested in making contact. Next slide, please. So we're looking to create that green energy cluster with multiple off-takers, looking at the land options and the disused pipeline, and really looking at how we could scope out this as a major decarbonisation project to showcase what is really operational and deployable at this point in time. Next slide, please. And then finally, I just wanted to showcase an opportunity that I think we have around the Freeport options. So the three Freeports that surround Northamptonshire, around the East Midlands Freeport, Thames Freeport towards London, and the Freeport East. They are very huge hubs for logistics. And I think if you think about the transitions and the freight that travels between those three Freeports, that will cover 75% of the UK's freight distribution across the UK. So it's a really significant corridor. I think it shows it a little bit better on the next slide, if we could move to that one. So you can see the heavy numbers of freight movements on that map there. And there's some real opportunities to transition those Freeports over to hydrogen for both the port operations and also the HGV movements, potentially rail movements as well in those areas. So again, this is another opportunity for us to be investigating and working with the authorities in these regions, but it clearly passes through Northamptonshire, so it could become a potential refueling hotspot for hydrogen HGVs in the future. I think that's my last slide. I'm happy to take any questions. Yeah, it just showcases that transition through the Hydrogen Valley region there, the three Freeports that I've put on the map. So yeah, I think that's the end. And if anybody's got any questions, I'll be happy to take those all at the panel at the end.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kelly, for going through that. Clearly, there's a lot of logistics around the infrastructure needed for this kind of network. And often as individuals, we don't think about where the energy that comes into our businesses, our homes, comes from. It's just there. And so seeing this in a bit more detail, something you perhaps wouldn't interact with usually, is really interesting, and I think helpful for people just to understand the scale of the different programs that are going on to get us to where we need to be in terms of looking after the energy that we're using, making sure it's coming from the right sources. So thank you for that. And hopefully there'll be some questions for you as part of the panel discussion. I'm sure that will have provoked some thought for people.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, moving on to our next speaker for this session, we are going to be handing over to Fenella Loudon from Top Hat. Top Hat manufacture modular housing, which is low and embodied carbon, and have a new site at Corby. So moving from one sort of key sector in terms of energy, we're moving over to another one, and housing. Over to you, Fenella.
Thanks, Harriet. Yes, as Harriet said, Fenella Loudon. I work in the new business team for Top Hat. Next slide, please. I think I've just put down a little bit of information on who we are. I'm not sure if anybody is aware of us and what we do. I know we've got a very mixed audience and lots of different people here, but as Harriet said, we're a modular home manufacturer. So we build homes using highly automated processes in a large factory. Our current factory is 125,000 square feet. However, we are building a new factory. Well, it's actually, we've had the keys handed over to us in Magna Park in Corby. And factory 2 is about 5 times larger than our first factory, and will take our capacity up to about 4,500, 4,800 homes per year. The company was formed back in 2016. We've taken a while to get where we are. We've done things slightly different to a number of manufacturers out there that, well, I say out there, unfortunately, as most of us are aware, there have been some demises both in traditional and modern methods of construction manufacturers. Our major drive was to reduce embodied carbon. Over 50% of the carbon created in the life cycle of a house is within its construction. Just pause there, because for me that's a major amount of carbon that we can affect, that we can, you know, on a day-to-day basis, we can have an effect on. So once we had got down to the lowest amount of embodied carbon within our homes, we've done what most people are doing these days, and arguably is much easier. We are now focusing on operational or primary use carbon. We're also going one step further. We're looking at zero bills option. Obviously, fuel poverty is an issue as well as carbon these days. So we're expanding our capabilities and looking at that. But out of the zero bills option comes reduced carbon. So yeah, it's a great process to work in tandem. A little bit about our ownership. We are majority owned by Goldman Sachs. In April this year, we also had investment from Persimmon, a major house builder, and Aviva. Again, I will refer to the elephant in the room. It's a very unsettled market out there. Market sentiment has a major impact on what we do. And I think if you know those two FTSE 100, 200 listed companies, you'll know that we went through a fair amount of due diligence to get their investment. Just on the topic of investment, today, Homes England announced that they have invested a further £15 million into our Factory 2 in Corby. Next slide, please. So just to make it real, this is our Kitchener Barracks site down in Chatham. This was our proof of concept site. So these are some of the houses that we have manufactured. I know there's a sort of cookie cutter view about what modular housing looks like. So hopefully this will reassure you that it can be fine-tuned and it can look and does become, you know, real houses, real homes. Next slide, please. So this is the same site. This is the last phase of the works that we're undertaking, and these are our apartments. So we build both houses and apartments. The block in the top left of the screen is one of our apartment blocks that we've handed over to, sold to St Arthur Homes for shared ownership. These homes have net zero carbon for operational use, and we've used a sole share system. It's an Australian system. It's part of excuse me, what we do as far as innovation, and it's the first time that it's been used in the UK. But basically, it shares solar gain from the photovoltaic solar panels into each of the apartments, so everybody has benefit of the PVs. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the embodied carbon earlier. Bricks are not very sustainable. They are basically baked for about 4 to 5 days at 1,000 degrees C. It doesn't really fit well with trying to reduce carbon. So we have a proprietary 3D printed cladding system. These are examples of what we can produce with it. It's produced using probably 20% of the carbon of a traditional brick. It's tested in the same way as a traditional brick, so from a UV perspective, from an impact perspective. In fact, under impact, it performs slightly better than a brick because it's such a thin layer of aggregate and magic dust. Obviously, I can't tell you exactly what's in it. It will take some impact rather than bricks being a lot more brittle, and they'll crack or fracture under impact. These are just a few of the examples that we can achieve, but just to put it into perspective, I have a site down in Kent where we have built some townhouses, and we have to match the listed building next door. So we've actually created a stone banding within the facade. It's also Class A rated, which in this day and age is absolutely crucial. Next slide, please. Just actually going back onto the cladding product. One of the things that it means is that we have a huge reduction in waste. So we reduce time because we're not reliant on weather and the number of courses that can be built, and also it increases choice. So it's much more of a sustainable product. So going on to this slide, I'm aware that there's a lot of information on here, and I'm not going to go through it in great detail, but I think it is worth just saying, we do take climate control and sustainability very seriously. We are already 65% lower than the REBA 2030 target for whole life embodied carbon, and have been for some time. We are the UK's leading ultra low embodied carbon house manufacturer. We do design for the future. So although we have a catalogue of 29 different home types, because it's manufacturing, because they're produced in a factory, we use the same makeup for the walls and the ceilings and the floors across the whole range. Slight tweaks, as you'd imagine. But what that does mean is that instead of amending the design to meet Part L in current building regulations, we've actually designed so that we can move straight to Future Home Standards 2025. So we won't have the issues that some of the traditional construction companies will have in trying to meet those targets. We use a timber frame process solution. So again, we're not using block, we're not using bricks, which means that our 2025 solution will have the same footprint. And not to get into too much technical detail, but if you're building traditionally with blocks and with bricks, then that footprint, that house home footprint, will get larger. It will need to increase to take the insulation. The fabric first policy approach that we take also means that we not only keep homes warm in the winter, but we keep them cooler in the summer. And again, as part of climate change, this is something that's really, really key. There are Part O building regulations that are coming into place that mean that you have to meet certain targets. And our approach does just that. We use an all-electric solution from water and space heating. So we use air source heat pumps as standard. We are also, as I said, looking at sustainable living for everybody. So not only looking at how we produce our homes, but also how people live in them, and tackling that fuel poverty through the use of net zero carbon in operation and PVs and electrical solutions, but also zero bills. Next slide, please. EU taxonomy. I'm certainly no expert in this. I'm certainly not going to risk boring anybody about this, but it is a really crucial element to our major shareholder, Goldman Sachs. So unlike lots of companies, we sit directly on the Goldman Sachs P&L. We're not on a fund. We're not held at arm's length. They are truly involved with our business. And as you'd imagine, for them, we are an ESG investment and we have to comply. A lot of the E and the S are fairly simple. The governance factor is key to all of this. You know, we can all talk good story, but you know, the proof is in the pudding, and we do have to demonstrate this throughout our whole operation. Just to touch on a few issues, so climate control mitigation. We reduce the amount of heavily polluting materials such as concrete and bricks. We use sustainable timber. Timber is an interesting one because if you're using timber from a sustainable space area, it actually has a long-term positive impact because the additional trees that are planted over time will sequester CO2. As far as climate change adaptation, I think I've already mentioned that we look at a fabric first solution. So the excellent insulation that we put in place in tandem with the controlled air tightness within our homes prevents the movement of hot or cold air in and out of our homes. Sustainable water use. This is not something that most people think about when they think about construction, but traditional construction uses an awful lot of water. Just to put it into perspective, for the average 3-bedroomed house, traditionally built, there will be there'll be over 8,000 litres of water used. So our dry manufacturing process means that we save that 8,000 litres. So not only is there a saving of water, but also any potential pollution that may arise from that. Next slide, please. Okay, so just a couple more here, really. Transition to a circular economy. Our homes, because we don't use water, because we avoid chemical bonds such as concrete and water, in a top hat home can be deconstructed, it can be reused, and it can be rebuilt. We haven't done any yet, but to be fair, our longest standing homes have only been standing for a few years now, although they do resell and we have no issues with that. And it's all looking good from that perspective. Every home that we build, because of our highly automated processes, though, has its own digital twin. So this allows for very simple adaptation in the future. We know exactly where all of the services are within our homes. There's no Friday afternoon, I'm just going to stretch this cable diagonally across the wall because I can't really be bothered to get any more. We don't have any of those issues. From a pollution prevention and control, obviously I mentioned the water, but because we work in a factory, we know exactly what size materials we need. So one of the things that we do is we buy in materials in exactly the size needed. This reduces waste, it reduces contamination, and for us, from a purely business perspective, it increases productivity levels and also quality. So if you take a board that is exactly the same size as your wall, you don't need to cut it, you're saving time, you're saving waste. The way we manufacture is in a large shed, you know, if speaking crudely. Approximately 90%, slightly different with apartments, but approximately 90% of the construction processes occur within our factory. So that means that there is a huge, massive 80% less transport movements. I think it's up at 85. I think one of the REBA studies said it was about 85, but I'm going conservatively with 80%. So not only does this reduce disruption in local areas, but it also reduces congestion and therefore significantly reducing emissions. Next slide, please. I won't take you through all of these. I'm sure the slides will be available afterwards. So there's just a few headlines there to read through. It gives me a chance to slurp my coffee. Next slide, please. So our role in the Northamptonshire Climate23 event. Well, I mentioned Factory 2 earlier. It is a huge investment into our future. Obviously, the announcement of the investment from Homes England came out today, so they've invested 15 million. But on a local level, it will bring 1,000 jobs to Corby. I know automation is slightly a dirty word at times, but from a business perspective, if we couldn't rely on automation, and there will be about 60 robots going into the factory, then the scheme would not be, the new factory would not be viable. What we can do because of this is we can provide highly sustainable jobs. We have a highly sustainable product and manufacturing processes, and our waste levels are at 1% from our current factory. So as you'd imagine, it's quite a good option. Next slide, please. So we can provide homes throughout the UK. I think everybody on the call will know there's a national shortage, but as I said, we can provide sustainable jobs where they're needed. We do, and we will continue to take on unskilled people. Our processes allow for much greater diversity in the workforce. We have lifting machinery, so there's no issue with strength or with ability. We can also provide social mobility, but it's in a safe, warm and controlled environment. I think in traditional construction, social mobility often means travelling long distances and working in very uncomfortable conditions. So we are giving people the chance to move on, to move up, and also give them transferable skills. I think next slide, please. There we are. I think I'm just about on time. So sustainability and climate control, they're very simple words. They're bandied around. We hear them pretty much every day, I would suspect, at least a handful of times. But the impact and the detail involved are really, really impactful. We look at both of these, sustainability and climate control at Top Hat, in their entirety and holistically. They are genuine drivers for our business. And hopefully what I've just presented to you gives you a little flavour of just how we are tackling both of these. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fenella, for going through that. It's, I would say, really at the forefront of innovation around housing. And so to understand what's happening locally in our area, in Corby in particular, being at the forefront of that, is great to hear more about, and particularly to understand the different ways that the carbon is reduced in the production process. But not only that, looking at how the house functions after that and the reductions that can continue to be made there. So thank you. And again, as with the previous speaker, I'm sure there'll be some questions at the end for you as part of the panel discussion on this.
No problem.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our third speaker in this session, Professor Phil Longhurst from Cranfield University. Phil is a Professor of Environment and Energy Technology, and his research focuses on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So over to you, Phil.
Thank you, Harriet, and thanks, Fenella, for a really interesting talk. So the slides I was going to take us through this afternoon is just really a little bit about the context of progress to net zero. Some thinking about the challenges we face, and I've heard some really interesting examples about housing, and then a little bit about what we think is possible in terms of thinking about small town scale and the range of initiatives and the next steps to getting from progress to net zero to actually achieving net zero. So I want to start a little bit. I'm just going to check just what you can see. So yeah, thanks. You can see my first slide. From my talk today, if you want to follow up with any questions and so on, then please do feel free. So if you have the first or the second slide, please. So thank you. So I've got 3 screens running. I'm trying to work out quite where I am. But so this slide shows you the challenge to progress to net zero. If we look at where we were in 1990, thinking some time back, clearly coal was dominant as a fuel source, a lot of oil being used, and electricity was the sort of primary route, mainly nuclear. Now, our oil hasn't really changed significantly where we are from 2020. There's some variation in our figures here because of COVID. So in fact, you see a slight drop in oil because the end of 2020, we showed reduction in transport, or beginning of 2020, I should say, reduction in transport because of COVID. But in reality, oil hasn't changed very much. And we'll look at why that is in a moment, because all of these, apart from bioenergy, are really we really need to drive down as percentages to achieve net zero. So what have the big national changes been? Well, overall, coal, we started to import, and then we've closed coal-fired power stations down. And that's been a huge reduction both in greenhouse gas emissions and in improvements of air quality. But the real step changes are what we do in terms of the 3 broad bands of energy use, which we'll look at in a moment, but that's principally transport, industry, and housing. So if we look at the next slide, please. This shows you, could I have the next slide? It should be, that's it, thank you. So this is a website called GridWatch, which you can go and look at and see how we're actually getting on at the moment. So this is a capture from Monday night, where we can see there's on the top left-hand dial, it shows our UK energy demand was just under 30, 29.6 gigawatts of power. The second dial is about frequency. That's our time adjustment on the grid, so you don't have to worry about that. But what it shows us is we're using about 10 gigawatts or 10.5 gigawatts of combined cycle gas turbine engines. That is burning gas across the UK to meet our industrial and domestic energy demands. Why is that significant? Well, about 40% of our gas comes from UK assets, but priced at international prices, about 40% from Norway, and the rest from around other countries around the world. So basically, we are importing gas, even if it's from our UK borders, and that makes it very expensive. Our nuclear electricity comes from a series of interconnectors, and on Monday night it was relatively windy. We were doing quite well on wind, so we had just under 10 gigawatts of wind. So what they're showing is at 9:30 at night, nearly 10 o'clock at night, it's not peak demand because people are at home, there's televisions running, we've done most of our cooking, washing, some showers and electric water heating going on, but broadly that's lower than peak demand. Now, if I have a look at the next slide, this puts it into a bit more context. This complicated diagram, and don't worry about the detail, but if we look at, it's called a Sankey diagram, but it really talks about the energy flow across the whole of the UK for 2021. And it converts this in terms of millions of tons of oil equivalent. So that it means electricity, bioenergy, wind, nuclear, all has the same energy value. And if we look at the left-hand side where it says indigenous production and imports, what that means is the energy we create as a country and the imports we bring into the country. And at the top, you'll see natural gas. The UK bit, which is, don't worry if you can't read the numbers, 31.3 millions of tons of oil equivalent, and importing 48.2 millions of tons of oil equivalent in gas. And just by looking at the width of these lines, we can see our really big uses are gas at the top and petrol and diesel at the bottom. Some of our petrol and diesel, or some of our oil, we export because it's the wrong type of oil. Sounds a bit like the wrong type of leaves on the line, but it's actually in terms of it's heavy oil, which we don't use so much in industry, and tarmac. So we export some of that. But we also import a lot of diesel and petrol from the Gulf states, because those are the large bands of fuel that we use. So our imports and fuel uses on the left, our uses are on the right, and it will say total final consumption. In a box it says 134.1, 134 millions of tons of oil equivalent of energy being used. What you'll notice is that about half the energy coming into the country on the left, that 239.3, is roughly half of what we actually use. Why is that? Well, we do export some energy, but broadly, we have some huge conversion and energy losses across the country. And the reason for that is we have, when we move fuel and convert fuel and use fuel in our homes and in industry, we generate loss. So the closer we can use our energy and the more efficiently we can use our energy, the better off we are. And if you look on that right-hand side, this gives us a real feel for proportions, if you like. Where we look at domestic, you can see a huge quantity of gas. That's gas boilers. Some electric, that red band is electricity heating, and then a small bit of oil for people who are off-grid. So our real opportunity is in how we reduce our transport and how we reduce our domestic heating. And there's no real need for most of that domestic energy to be used. We need a small fraction to heat or cool houses and a small fraction to heat and cool water and our cooking. But the UK has some of the worst insulated housing stock in Northern Europe. And if we look at the next slide, we'll see how much progress, if any, we've made just in terms of insulation and loft insulation. So this picture on the left of 2015 shows you cavity wall insulation in blue, loft insulation in green, and it shows you how a number of millions of homes are at that standard. And if we look at the difference between 2015 and 2020, it's almost no difference whatsoever. And if you looked at this grid and you actually said, well, okay, how much improvement have we made at domestic properties in millions of homes around the country, it would really show us that we've actually made very, very limited improvement. So what do we need to do things better? So let's have a look at the next slide. And are there good, better, best ways to prioritise? Well, I'm sat at Cranfield University, just between Milton Keynes and Bedford, just off the M1. We are 1,500 population equivalent, but we have 4,500 students during the day and about 1,000 people on campus, 800 to 1,000 people on campus living in houses and accommodation at night. And as a campus, we were originally coal and oil heated with one electrical connector and a gas connector. And we had to work out, what can we do to reduce our energy costs, make sure we've got secure supply, and reduce our carbon emissions. And all of those three components were really serious problems for the campus. When I first came here as a PhD student, there were a number of times on a windy day when the power would just get cut off. We knew our energy bills were increasing, and we knew, because we've got climate change research, our carbon emissions were a problem. So the university made a commitment. It's done that in terms of appointing an energy manager Gareth Ellis, who's been really instrumental in driving our programme of work forward in the last 8-10 years. But you don't necessarily need to appoint an energy manager per se. What you need is someone who is actually going to drive the plan forward. And we then started to look at what were the issues we faced, what were the types of changes we needed to make. And we had really very basic data at the start. We only had our energy bills and our electricity and gas meter as the energy came onto the site. We had a very poor analysis of our buildings, and we had a very poor understanding of our energy use. So we started by looking at where could we divide up the campus and start metering our energy use, and from that start to plan and organise our priorities to best reflect where we could make the maximum change at the minimum cost. Because we're a not-for-profit organisation, we're a registered charity, we don't have large-scale investments, we don't have an opportunity to go out and say, give us a 10-year payback plan. We needed to start applying for funding and opportunities to make step-by-step incremental improvements so that we could effectively have an action plan that dealt with our energy consumption, our energy saving, and the practices that we could get our staff and our students engaged in so they could become part of the problem solvers rather than the problem. So we've started to control, monitor, and manage and report our progress. And if we look at the next slide, this is our campus carbon energy program plan. So we started back in 2005. We used 2005 as our baseline because we had good data. That was the starting point of Gareth's energy program, and we made a commitment to get to net zero by 2030, which is now looking very, very close. And as we've made progress, the challenges have actually become harder as we've made more progress in getting better and better. And the reason for that is making the savings become tougher in terms of what you can achieve. But to date, we've achieved a 42% reduction in our scope 1. So that's our direct emissions from site. So that's burning gas on site directly in our gas boilers. And scope 2, that's the energy we buy in from suppliers compared to 2005. And in fact, we look at it now, we're pretty well up to about 50% of our reduction. And those have come from a whole range of initiatives, which I'll come to. But it's largely been by investing in renewables, energy efficiency, and behaviour change. And I'll come on to behaviour change in a moment. So if we could look at the next slide, please. So this is a plot of our greenhouse gas emissions. There's a couple of these QR codes so that we'll have the slides at the end of the talk, but really welcome to click on and find a copy of our carbon and energy management plan, download that, make as much use of it as you like, get in touch, come and discuss it with us, and talk about the work we're doing and the courses we're running and so on. But this shows you our plot of progress from 2005 up to 2022, which is our latest academic year values. So we started at, our worst has been around 18.5, close to 19,000, around 2007. And we're down to about 8.5, 9,000 where we are this year. And we have further plans to make more progress. If we look at the next slide, and we look at what has happened nationally in terms of reducing tons of carbon dioxide emissions for the whole of the UK. Well, the changes aren't as dramatic as our campus in terms of halving, but there has still been a big improvement on the UK grid in terms of CO2 reduction. And this is our On the chart is our right-hand side. This shows what we've done in terms of reducing our fuel uses. SBT refers to sustainable business trend. So this is a way of looking at what might happen in our future operations. Largely, we've reduced the amount of electricity and gas we're using on campus. We've phased out all oil use, and we've got some biomass coming on board. The biomass isn't really showing there significantly, but we heat our hot water on campus using our biomass boilers. So in terms of energy efficiency, we've used building use and management, insulation, and a switch off campaign led by our green team, which is students and staff communicating to each other to literally switch off as you go out of the lecture room or your own home or your hall of residence. And you can imagine we work both as an institution and homes and housing, just as local users would do. Energy switching, we've got a combined heat and power unit, so that's burning gas to generate both hot water and electricity. Got biomass boilers, air source heat pumps. So that's a way of compressing a gas, a bit like you do in a refrigerator, and instead of using the cold side, which we do in a refrigerator, we use the hot side, that grill that's at the back of your fridge, to heat our hot water pipework to then heat our buildings. We've got a solar farm on campus, and we're now looking at the next step. All of these opportunities push us quite hard down the line of thinking, well, what can we do next? How can we really improve? So we've got limited options. So let's look at the next slide. Our next steps really are how we think of our campus as a smart local energy system. We've got particular times when people come onto campus and use the facilities in large demand. I said we've got about 4,500 students and staff during the day. So they drive in, park their car, use the buildings, and they complain if the buildings are cold when they come in at 8 o'clock. But if the buildings are hot at 5 or 6 in the morning, they wouldn't know. And after 5:30, 6 o'clock, there's no need to heat our buildings to the same level. So we have careful heating control timers for our new buildings, and we're retrofitting into those other buildings to put the time, phase, and heat to protect our buildings from winter, but only have them at operational comfortable times when people are in the buildings. But we're now looking at connecting our building with other partners who have energy demands at different time cycles. And if we can work with energy suppliers at different time cycles, we can work as a campus to both store energy for others as well as ourselves, generate energy for others as well as ourselves, and potentially act as a superstore, if you like, when we're generating lots of electricity, for example, from our energy farm, our solar farm, to charge the vehicles of users to send them on their way at home without having to use the grid. So if we look at our next slide, which is an example of Peterborough integrated renewables, this is a project we did with Peterborough City Council. Look at how we can have a multi-vector, so that's heat, electricity, and transport interconnected to heat buildings from the energy from waste plant, to generate electricity from the energy from waste plant, to use vehicles for transport and storage, for using hot water for heat storage and use, and for using solar PV to boost the electricity grid and for electricity storage. So these are challenging next steps. If we look at the next slide, this is then part of our sustainable campus plan. We're now starting to work with local partners to see where we can create a smart local energy system that helps us achieve all of these targets on the left-hand side, So these are all part of our Sustainable Campus plan, which if you want a copy and see what we're doing, you can use the QR code on the right. We deal with all of these issues on the left-hand side, and we use them both to deal with the facilities problems and challenges and inform our students, and use for our courses, for example, our apprenticeship course, our MSc in sustainability. But also, these are to save us money and achieve our greenhouse gas targets. So I'll leave it there. Thanks. Do feel free to get in contact. But really, the message is our next step is to achieve that financing and support for smart local energy systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil, for going through that with us. It was interesting to hear about where the main wastages are in terms of the energy we use, but also what you've been doing at the university site to reduce the emissions there. And simple things such as your energy management techniques, like looking at when buildings are being used and adjusting to deal with that, are those simple steps that we can all be taking in our different lives and places of work just to make that difference. We are now going to move on to the panel discussion. So thank you to our three speakers for sticking around. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions for you because those were very interesting talks, and I'll hand over to Graham Kane, who's going to host the panel discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Pentland, and thank you very much, Kelly, Fenella and Phil for your presentations. They were fascinating. I really enjoyed those, taking lots and lots of notes, lots of things I've learned there along the way, and I hope to learn more through this discussion. So I hope we can address some of the questions that have been coming through from our viewers and have an open discussion about some of those. So I'll start by directing individual questions to some of you, and then hopefully the conversation will broaden out, and we can all chip in as we like. So Kelly, I'm going to start with you if that's all right. So thanks again for your presentation. That was great. And you mentioned the opportunities within North Northamptonshire, particularly for hydrogen production and consumption. And you were keen, thank you, to engage with businesses in the area. Can you expand a little bit more on that, about how people can engage with what you're trying to achieve here? And particularly, you mentioned that you were keen to talk to major energy users. How do you classify a major energy user? And how can that network start to develop? And indeed, can the local authority help further with that?
Yes, we'd welcome your help and any help that you can offer. So as I mentioned, our regional programmes, they all have consortium groups that are formed and forming and growing, and we have regular updates to those consortium groups so that we can share the developments of those regional programmes. So if anybody wants to join those consortium groups, I can connect you and put you in the right one, and obviously your council is a member of our Hydrogen Valley and also Capital Hydrogen programme. So we have those regular updates, and we've gone through the process, and we're either at feasibility or technical feasibility stages for those programmes. And what we have to do is we have to gather evidence now to go back and talk to Ofgem, which is our regulator, to get them to understand where we're at in our developments and what funding is required in order to take us to the next phase of that development. So if we're at technical feasibility, then we'll want to go to pre-feed and then eventually to feed and put the spade in the ground and build those new pipelines. So at each stage, we have to go back to Ofgem and to the Department for Energy to say, this is where we are. And here is a big pile of letters of support and forecasts from industrial partners to say, yes, please, we would like hydrogen, and this is how much we need. So we're moving towards that phase in the development programmes for Hydrogen Valley and for Capital Hydrogen. So companies that want to get involved, we have websites for each of the programmes. There are contact details on those websites. Please get in touch and join our consortium groups. And specifically for the work we have around Corby, this is a much more localised project. So we're looking at a much smaller footprint really for that particular programme, but we're looking for potential off-takers who are willing to transition a little bit earlier than maybe some of the other organisations that we're talking to. So if they have a particular site or a factory or some industrial process in that particular geography, then we're looking for off-takers for a project that we're looking for that localized production for local end use. So we have to build that program of work and make sure that if we're going to perhaps bid into one of the government's programs around the hydrogen allocation round, which is coming up, then we have that evidence of demand for the hydrogen production that we would be asking for funding to move forward. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's brilliant, Kelly. Lots there for people to engage with and get involved, and it's very exciting to be at the heart of Hydrogen Valley and to be part of the journey on this one. So thank you very much. Pinella, then moving to you, your modular homes, not surprisingly, have created quite a lot of interest from our viewers at home, which is wonderful. That's exactly the point. So the first question we had actually was when, this is a new home, it's a new way of living, potentially a new way of managing the space that you live in. So what do you do to support people when they move into these homes to engage with the technology that's involved there? Is there a support package, if you like, of making sure they know how to use an air source heat pump and how that is different from a gas boiler, which they might have been used to for many years?
It's a really good question, and actually we've learnt lessons on this. We have a home user manual that's issued with every single home, but we also use a far better version, and that's the human touch. So we have an aftercare team who will support every project for the first couple of years, and they know exactly what goes into each home. Because of the way we manufacture each home is very, very similar. So there aren't the differences that you might get in other types of homes. We did learn a lesson. We put in some affordable homes. We put PVs in, solar panels in, and air source heat pumps. We didn't realise that we hadn't given enough information, and the residents were used to economy 7 type arrangements, so we're unfortunately selling back their power at the wrong rate and using power from the grid at the most expensive rate. So we went back in, we gave them more information, a bit of an educational piece, if you like, and managed to tackle it that way. But I think that was a very early lesson that we've built on, something that we are developing. We are a hugely technical company, so as well as this whole digital twin, which is all the information about your home, whether that's from the very design process and the start all the way through to the end journey and all the maintenance, that information will be available online for forever, really. So whether you're the first resident into that home or whether you're the second, third, or future generations, that information will be retained and available. And I don't know, I'm sure there are people on the call and listening to this that have moved several times, and you move into a new home and everything's a little bit different, and you're still struggling to find out where this is or that is and how it works. So hopefully, some of the automation that we use on a daily basis will be brought into every element and every stage of that process.
Great, thank you for that. That's all very reassuring. The last thing we want is to have these fabulous new buildings, all the technology, and people not being able to engage with it, or becoming redundant because people haven't maintained it as they need to maintain it, or whatever else. So that's encouraging. Thank you. And Phil, thinking about domestic living, you talked a lot about the wonderful things you've achieved there, reducing the energy consumption on your campus and in your buildings. Is there any advice, and you gave some very useful tips on how to get started to reduce your own energy consumption within your business or estate, which is great. Have you got any tips for people living at home then? So we've heard over the years various different initiatives people can adopt. What advice would you give now in this day and age as to where people can start?
I think it's, well, whilst there's a huge opportunity, I think it's really difficult for householders to prioritise and basically to invest in the short term. The payback on insulation is still a number of years. It's nothing like 10, 15 years it used to be, but it can be 3 to 5 years typically. If people have money to do that, that is definitely worth doing, because it will reduce energy costs from day one and give increased comfort. and there are improved insulation materials that are less that aren't as unpleasant as fiberglass, for example, which you can handle more safely and easily. And there are a number of companies that are providing better quality insulation materials that are more manageable. So I think that's where I'd start. I think basic things like thermostats and timers are a great improvement, actually looking at where people use their household energy, and can they shave half an hour off or cool the house down half an hour earlier. And then lastly, energy appliances, things like if you wait for light bulbs to fail, then replace them with LEDs and energy saving devices. Those are all first starts. But we're in an environment where the hardest hit households are those with the least money, and also who are tending to pay the premium rate for electricity on prepayment meters. So I think we're really looking for, there isn't a huge money in local authorities, but local authorities and government to make significant support and initiatives for homes. I think that's the starting point, really. But yeah.
Thank you. That's very valuable advice, Phil. Thank you very, very much. I'm sure lots of people will find that useful, because it's not straightforward. There's a lot of products out there, and it's difficult to choose where to invest your money. So thanks for that. That's helpful. I'm interested now, as others are, because we have a question from our viewers around skills. Now, you're all interested in skills, of course, given the organisations you work for. So I'll start with, I don't know, Fenella, how about I start with you? So clearly building a home in the way that you build homes is quite different from traditional construction methods. How are you helping, or are you helping those who might have gone into the construction industry and been used to working outdoors and doing what we expect home builders, house builders to do, to transition into your organisation? And more broadly, I'm interested from all of you about that transition from, you know, the skills that we have, I say, traditionally again had, transitioning into the green types of jobs that you're talking about. What are you doing to support people either at the beginning of their career or during their career to make that transition? Fenella, I'll come to you first.
Thanks, Graham. I love this question because it's such an easy one for us. You know, if you look across the construction industry at the moment, there is a very much an aging population. I think the average age of a construction worker is something like 53, 55 years of age. We are losing those traditional skills, you know, and we're not, funnily enough, working on a damp, wet, cold, soon to be snowy outdoor construction site is not really that appealing. So we can take people with absolutely no skills at all, and we do. I mean, from a diversity perspective, on stats for female workers alone, I think the industry average for us is 9%. We're up at 19%, and wanting to increase that even further. You know, we can take people with physical needs and disabilities into our workforce. We have a young person who is profoundly deaf, who works in our first factory up in Derbyshire, and we have a buddy for him. He works in exactly the same place with exactly the same issues every single day. There's no passing forklift truck, there's no passing excavator. He has a very, very safe working environment, and we can manage that process for him. He has a buddy, so if alarms go off, audible alarms go off, his buddy is responsible for him. So, you know, we can really take on pretty much anybody, which in this day and age, when people are wanting to work, is a huge advantage. And again, those skills, I mean, just to put it into perspective, if you take 180 people working in our current factory, the actual amount of sort of traditional skills, I think we're sitting at about 18 people, and those will be plumbers, electricians, where we actually, you know, legislatively we have to have those roles, but everybody else could have been anything or nothing. So yeah,
that's very encouraging. That's exactly the sort of thing we obviously like from all employers across the area, to see how they can increase the diversity of their workforce, and we certainly support that through our job clubs that we organise, and our supply chain as well, through the social value that we require from our suppliers. So that's really great, Fernanda. Thanks. Kelly, have you got anything to add to that? People transitioning from maybe traditional or engineering backgrounds now getting into hydrogen, is there anything that you do to support them?
Yeah, so we've got a couple of aspects around that. So we have the training and upskilling of our own engineers, all of our gas engineers that are currently on the ground. They will be being upskilled in order for them to transition over from managing natural gas to managing hydrogen. The actual upskilling that they require is actually quite minimal. So they're highly trained in dealing with gas in the safest manner. So there's some minor amends to that. So we have an internal skills academy that works on that particular issue along with the other gas networks. But we're also working with the Freeport sites in order to develop a hydrogen skills academy in the East Midlands. So we're working with them on that aspect. And also we work closely with a number of university networks who are looking at, I guess, putting gas engineering and engineering in general back on the curriculum for young people, making it more interesting and for them to understand the range of opportunities and the range of jobs that will become available in this new kind of green economy. An organisation called ERA, the Energy Research Accelerator, is supporting many activities across the university's network, and in particular they're supporting a hydrogen car competition in some of the most deprived schools in our region. So just to make, allow and access for young people to have a play with these hydrogen fueled cars, design them, make them race, and the final was in Las Vegas last year. So there's some big opportunities out there for that to have fun. So that's good for everyone.
That certainly is. That's fabulous. Thanks for the range of things there. Thank you. And Phil, what about you? University of Cranfield must be very hot on this sort of stuff.
Yeah, and thanks, Kelly. So we're part of the Energy Research Accelerator, ERA, and part of the HYDEX, which is the skills delivery program within ERA. So yeah, we're very closely involved in that and have a very big interest in hydrogen as we're developing a hydrogen integration facility on campus. So very large. We've got a steam reforming unit, that's 1 megawatt thermal, about a £10 million rig, plus a big skills program related to hydrogen. But on the wider issue of skills in terms of energy and sustainability, I think it's really important to convey the message, as Kelly mentioned with schools, that energy is a great opportunity. The Skidmore report earlier on this year highlighted that this isn't just about progress to net zero, it's a huge UK and export opportunity. There's really good career opportunities in this area for individuals and at every level, from schools right the way through to degree, postgraduate and retraining. We run some courses. I mentioned our MSc in sustainability, which is an apprenticeship scheme with companies. We run engineering and technology programs, technology management programs, but ultimately we see energy as wealth generation for the UK, as well as a huge export opportunity. So I think the more we communicate that opportunity and that the need for energy isn't going to go away. So whilst there may not be a job for life, there's definitely a sector for life, and a sector that's really interesting. And I think that's something we want to be promoting.
Yeah, absolutely. We certainly want to promote that. Good quality jobs, green jobs, part of our sustainable future and technologies is very, very valuable for our area and great opportunities for people who live and who want to live here in the future. So we're all in favour of that, of course. And part of our Big 50 conversation, which is a conversation we're having with a great deal of the various businesses and community groups across North Northamptonshire about life in 2050 in North Northamptonshire, we're talking about skills. And there's a strand there, which I know colleges and universities are involved in as well, because we want to think about the jobs and skills for the future and make sure I was going to say young people, but all people, all folks across North Northamptonshire are involved in our future. I want to continue just with one round of questions around the future, actually, and I'll start again with Fenella, if that's all right, around your homes. First thing is, we had a question about how long your homes last, so I'll ask you that as well. But you talked about the deconstruction element of it, which was interesting, and again reassuring, thinking about the whole life cycle of your product. So the lifespan of your building would be interesting, but also some questions around how adaptable can you be to the built environment or green environment that you're placing these buildings into? So can you create products for a conservation area? and so forth, given the nature of the stone and roofing materials that we have in North Northamptonshire, beautiful traditional areas. How can you incorporate your buildings into those?
Couple of questions. so picking up on the first one, really, you know, how long a life span do our homes have? So for the average home, whatever the you know, traditionally built, the lifespan is a couple of mortgage terms, so 60 years. Our homes are no different. They are, you know, looked at and reviewed in exactly the same way. We've actually got a design life of 75 years, issued from the BOPAS, the Offsite Association. So they are solid homes. I think I'm still trying to explain to part of my family that no, I'm not building caravans. You know, I could blindfold you. Well, actually, I wouldn't have to blindfold you. I could take you into one of our homes. You can jump up and down in them. They are absolutely solid. Don't move, don't twist, don't blow in the wind. You know, they are just a different type of construction. But you know, if they are timber framed, and if you think about the oldest home in the UK, it's hundreds of years old, and it's a timber framed house. So you know, it's just to put it back into some kind of perspective. Yes, you know, because of the lack of chemical bonds, we can deconstruct them. I don't think you would want to, but you could. I think when it comes to how can we work with sensitive areas, just to reassure anybody on the call, I was told the other day that I'm working on one of the most sensitive planning applications in the UK currently. So we are looking at a scheme. We've just literally put our Reserve Matters application in on a scheme down in Lewes, which is within the South Downs National Park Authority. So it's really, really important. You know, there is a shortage of homes. The UK has some of the most amazing architecture and lovely features to our villages and towns. And it is part of our heritage and part of our history. So our cladding product means that we can basically emulate any kind of finish. So whether that's you know, a Roman style brick, which is hugely expensive, or whether it's a traditional red brick, or whether it's some of the older sort of bonds that existed and do exist still in buildings around the country that are a couple of hundred years old, you know, we can match all of those. And we find that actually when people see what we can do and actually get to touch and feel the product, trust me, you can still scuff your knuckles on it as you can a traditional brick, and it doesn't look flimsy. And we've spent a lot of time, ironically, creating imperfections within the product, because the first iterations look like wallpaper. So, you know, meeting any local requirements is not even a concern for us. You know, really happy to take on that challenge and demonstrate exactly what we can do for so much less carbon.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. That's very, very helpful and answers a number of questions. So I appreciate that. Thank you. So Kelly, thinking about your industry then, what is your industry thinking about in terms of decommissioning and making sure that what we're building now, or you were talking about converting now, which is also a sustainable practice if done correctly, but what about decommissioning and then disposing of what might be left or reusing what might be left? How much does that play a part in your planning for the future?
So repurposing our pipeline is a key fundamental ambition for us. And when we started out this work, it was all about building brand new 100% hydrogen pipelines. But what we're seeing now, and the work that we're doing on our pre-feed for East Coast Hydrogen, which was originally a new 800-kilometre pipe from the northern Teesside and the Humber and down into the East Midlands. And what we're actually seeing is that we don't need to build all of that. What we'll do is we will repurpose much of the pipeline and connect up and build new bits where necessary. So we're at a particularly important routing phase for East Coast Hydrogen. So we have forecasts from those customers along that geography We know where the big main industrial users are. We know how much gas is currently going through the pipes and where spare capacity is, so where we can transition some of those customers on to hydrogen and switch some of them off from natural gas. The difference is that we have done this before. So we did move from town gas in the 60s, 50s and 60s over to natural gas, but that was done literally overnight. So we switched off and switched back on, and lots of people didn't know it was happening, but we're in a different time at this moment. So choice and consumer choice is very much high on the agenda. So we have to think about how we transition people in a phased approach. And so that is the work that we're doing. But we absolutely have massive assets in the gas network, both the national gas and the distribution networks. And we feel that it's, you know, important that we reuse those assets, or at least make some use of them. So whether they become storage options in some areas for hydrogen that we then bring on at a later date, there are lots of opportunities. So yes, reuse and repurposing of our network is very important.
Very reassuring. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. And Phil, coming to you, slightly different angle, but again, thinking about the future, you talked about the carbon intensity of the national grid and our energy supplies from the national grid, and obviously that has been going down over the decades, and it continues to go in that direction. So, bit of a controversial suggestion then, Phil. If the carbon intensity of what we're turning on at home is going down and down and down, why should any residents worry about it? Surely the carbon is being sorted by national schemes, and we can just carry on consuming and not worrying about it. What challenge would you present back to that suggestion?
Yeah, I think firstly, cost. The more we do in terms of reducing our energy use, our energy efficiency, we control cost and our exposure to cost going forwards. So that's, you know, kind of the no-brainer, first of all. But also our electricity use isn't just in the home, it's in our transport, and we are all involved in business and organisations in some way. So we are actors in a much wider system, whether that's industry, commerce, trade, caring for others, you know, looking after family, being involved in schools or organisations or charities. So I think we all have a role in making a difference. And that can be as far as the energy embodied in products, our food waste, our materials, as it can be just what we pay on our meter. So thinking about our material and resource use is a really helpful start. And that in turn will make us a more resilient and lower cost community, which is better for us all.
Brilliant. Thank you, Phil. That's a nice note to end on, and a good message for us all to bear in mind at home, and also, as you say, in the organisations that we work within. So thank you very much for that. Just before we close, I want to pick up on one last theme. No more questions, don't worry. But the last theme was around collaboration. You all talked about the benefits of collaboration within your sectors and learning from each other. You're all on, you know, we all are on a learning process here in collaboration. I just wanted to make a plug for a collaboration that we're fostering here in the Corby area. Again, we're calling it Decode Corby. You'll see it on one of the slides that comes up between the sessions here, Decode Corby. And it's about fostering collaboration among a cluster of manufacturers, low carbon technology pioneers, the local authority and the national grid in our area. And over the next 12 months, Electric Places, which is based here in Corby, will work with partners including Tata Steel and Northamptonshire to collaborate to shape an agreed decarbonisation plan, as it says there very helpfully on the slide, and establish a body to drive transition to a low carbon economy. So if anybody wants to learn more about that, please Google Decode Corby and learn more about it. And if any of the panel members today or others are listening and want to be part of that, then please get in touch with the details that are on the screen there. So that just leaves me to say to Kelly, Fenella and Phil, thank you ever so much. They were fascinating presentations, really were, and brilliant conversation and answers. So thanks so much for your help and support for our conference today. Thanks for being part of it. And I hope very much that the conversations will carry on with us as Northampton Council, but also with all our mutual partners across the area. So thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
Thanks,
So just for you
Thank you.
listening in, just to let you know, the next session is due to start at 2 o'clock. So we'll go ahead with that. That is our third and final session. We've got 3 more presentations coming up in that. And we'll start at 2 o'clock. It's around Empower, Engage and Enact, Northamptonshire Youth and Community in Climate Action. So I hope you can tune in and enjoy that. Thanks again to all our panel members. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to NNClimate23. We're now entering the third session of today's conference, which is looking at youth and community and how young people are engaging with climate action. So our first speaker is going to be Alison Holland from Brightways, who is going to be providing us with a pre-recorded presentation. She can't be with us today. Brightways is has been supporting schools and councils across the UK for nearly 20 years with products and information for walk to school schemes. So we're going to press play on Alison's talk for us today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Alison Holland from Brightways Social Enterprise. Today, I'd really like to talk to you about all the things that we've been doing at Brightways across the county to improve travel options and therefore address carbon emissions. We've been doing a whole range of activities involving a lot of different partners, a lot of different age groups. The people we've worked with have included many schools across the county, many businesses such as Rushton Lakes, even local developers such as Hanwood Park, because all of those organisations can play a part in helping to make our travel options more sustainable for everybody. Get down to town and other sustainable travel stories. These stories that I'm going to tell you are about our whole community, but there is a strong focus on youth and the community in terms of the people who are taking part and leading on these things. So first of all, an introduction to Brightways. We're a social enterprise. We were originally known as Bright Kids. We started around 20 years ago. We were inspired by our own local walking bus that we set up, and we realised there was a real need for information and products to support walking to school schemes and road safety initiatives. So we grew out of that. So we are a social enterprise, which is a not-for-profit business, and our mission is about promoting safe, active and sustainable everyday travel for all. So nowadays we support councils, schools and businesses with their active travel initiatives all across the UK in terms of the products and information that we supply. But however, our projects and consultancy services are only in the Northants area because that's where we're based and that's where we know. So the key points that we're looking at today, what I really want to talk about is, first of all, let's be clear on the issue. Why does it matter? Why does sustainable travel matter? And why does it matter particularly for young people and for the communities? Then we'll be looking at some of the local action that we've been taking, both with schools and with businesses, with our local communities, cycle club activities, local hospital, and the work we've also been doing in partnership with the council. Then we'll look at what we're actually doing now and the opportunities for anyone local to get involved, because that's what we really want. So first, what's the issue? Well, transport, you may know, is the largest source of CO2 emissions in the UK, and it's also the fastest growing source globally. So it's a big issue, and it's something that we all do most days. So it's actually something that most of us could actually have an impact in and influence and change. But it's not just carbon emissions that's the issue. Road casualties in the UK claim on average 5 or 6 deaths a day, and in Northamptonshire, total number of casualties in 2022 was 1,575 people. Air pollution is also a big issue. In the UK, it leads to almost 40,000 deaths a year. And according to the British Heart Foundation, it's likely to cause 1,700 deaths in Northants alone over the next decade. Congestion in the UK costs businesses £6.9 billion a year. So there's a great reason behind needing to change the way we travel and offer different options. But there's also a lot of positivity to come out of this by changing our habits, and even if we change them a little bit, there's a lot of good things that come out of it. Improving the options for how people travel means people get more active and more sustainable in how they travel, and that's better for communities, it's better for business, it's better for air quality and road casualty reduction, as mentioned, but it's also really good for people's health and mental well-being, and for independence and being able to get to work and school or employment opportunities, training or healthcare. So unless we look at improving the sustainable travel options, we don't really have many options in terms of how we get around. We need to improve these options. We need to make it easier for families to be able to get to school. We need to think about the amount of time that parents spend in their cars just driving their children around and the congestion that causes, and children being able to be independent and travel on their own and safely, so parents feel secure in letting their children make their own way to school. For businesses, by making more sustainable and active travel choices available for their staff, it helps to reduce the cost of absenteeism. It helps to reduce congestion on the roads nearby. It makes less strain on the car park spaces for the site. And also we know that increasing walking and cycling options into town centres has a massive impact on improving the high street spend. For older people, the levels of options in terms of sustainable and active travel options mean that people can get to their services that they need, whether it's a healthcare appointment or going to meet their friends. It helps to reduce loneliness. And with older people, we're looking not just at things like improving the bus travel, which obviously is really good for them, but also giving them opportunities and the chance to try things like cycling with e-bikes, that having that sort of power to help you means that you can do something that you maybe thought you couldn't do. For young adults, having travel options means they don't have to spend a big chunk of their income on buying a car and running it. They're able to still get to work and to training opportunities without having to make that investment. And for children, being able to walk independently to school, to cycle to school, gives them independence, it gives them good mental health, it gives them physical health, and it also makes the school gates much safer zones for them. I've left out a few people as well, but actually a lot of those benefits cover everybody. So promoting sustainable and active travel choices affects and benefits everyone. Getting people to change that mindset and think about when they can choose active or sustainable options is what is going to help break the cycle. So when we're talking about active and sustainable travel, we're talking about walking, but also wheeling, which is like using a mobility scooter, or cycling. And cycling can be for anyone, and it's not about being sporty or being fast. It's about getting to the places you want to get to. That's why e-bikes are so amazing, because they give people the power to get up our local hills without any effort. And scooting, of course, we have the e-scooters in Kettering and the Northamptonshire area, which are fantastic and have helped to reduce the number of car journeys by a great amount. The traditional way is when there's more congestion, you build more roads, and actually that creates more congestion. This is known in transport planning terms as Bray's paradox, and it's a bit like, you know, if you have too much Christmas dinner and you loosen your belt, then you can manage that extra mince pie, but it doesn't actually solve your long-term situation. So we need to really address this sort of lack of understanding about needing to keep building more roads. You build for what you want to come. So if you build more roads, then more cars come. If you build for bikes, for walking, for other modes of transport, then that's what you will get. A lot of the work that we've been doing has been with local schools, for example, Grange Primary Academy and also Kettering Buccleuch Academy, and looking at how we can support them to make it easier for children and their parents to choose the active journeys to school. So we've done a lot of different events. For example, we've done Walk to School with the Wombles events. We've done Park and Stride, setting as a point up where parents can drop their children off and they walk the last 10 minutes to keep the congestion away from the school gates at Kettering Buccleuch Academy. And both of these schools have actually been recognised for their efforts and have won several levels of the Motorshift Stars accreditation. So we're really proud of their achievements and what they've done, and they are actually really good examples for other schools to look at and to follow some of their ideas. We also have been working for several years with Rushden Lakes. Obviously, this is a site which attracts a lot of cars, a lot of visitors, simply by its nature, but we've been focusing on the staff journeys because those are everyday journeys, and the large number of staff who work there means that we can have some impact on their journeys, their carbon emissions. And over the years we've been working with them, we've managed to help them to reduce their staff journeys and single occupancy vehicles, which means not car sharing, by 18%. So there's always more to do, but we're really proud of the work that they've done, and they've also been host for North Northants Council's electric e-bike scheme as well, which was a great success amongst their staff. Over the past couple of years, we've been supporting North Northants Council and the Highways team and their contractors in developing walking and cycling plans. These are called LC WIPs, Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plans, and we've been helping them to develop in Kettering and Corby, because however much you persuade people to try and cycle or walk more, if the routes aren't safe, then it's not going to happen, because people will choose what they feel safe doing. So developing safe routes is really, really important thing. And we're really pleased that we've been involved in helping with the community engagement to develop some really good, robust plans. So locally within Kettering, we've been running and promoting our Kettering Community Cycle Club. This is really to give people who don't cycle a chance to come and join in and to gain a bit of confidence. They're very, very short rides. They're always free to join. They're every last Sunday of the month. We've attracted some regular members, but we love it when we get new members as well. We've really learnt a lot about exploring our own town. I'd really recommend it, and we'd love to have you join us. Another important area of our work has been in supporting Kettering General Hospital with their sustainable travel plan. This is something that's really being pushed through the NHS now as they're trying to meet their net zero targets. So the more people that can walk, cycle or come by bus to the hospital, then the more the car parking spaces are freed up for those who really need it. Now, you may think that, oh, going to the hospital, everyone's sick, why would they cycle? But actually, if you think about it, there are thousands of staff who go to the hospital every day, and many of them are actually keen to walk or cycle. So Bike Life, this is our new project, which is still open for applications, and it is funded through the North Northamptonshire's Highways from the Department for Transport's funding, and it is about offering people the chance to gain confidence cycling. We will teach them how to fix and maintain their bike. We'll give them cycle confidence basics like playground based skills, and then take them out on a led ride. And along the way they get lots of resources like free locks and reflective bags and things like that to help support them to make their ride safer and more comfortable. And the bonus with this is at the end, when they've completed the 2-session course, they actually get a very generous £100 gift voucher for a local independent cycle shop of their choice. So there's a big incentive for people to take part in this, and at the time of speaking we do have spaces available. So get down to town. This is our big project to develop a town centre travel plan for Kettering. And what this is an audit or a record of all the things that are going on already amongst different community groups, or led by the council or led by businesses, to promote any sort of sustainable or active travel in Kettering town centre. And then we're going out to local businesses. We're asking them to get involved. We're asking them to promote our our staff survey, so we can see how people who work in the town centre are getting to and from the town centre. We can see also how they would like to travel and what those barriers are to them travelling. But by gathering all the information about the need, then that gives that data and that information that we need and others may need in order to get funding to help support the other issues that need to be addressed. And we've also got our outreach projects within the project. So the Get Down to Town outreach projects, this is a whole collection of different projects and partnerships with other people. For example, we're linking in with Hanwood Park and what they're doing with their, they've bought a cargo bike for use by community groups to show how people can travel with children in the cargo bike, with their dog in the cargo bike, with large items in the cargo bike, to demonstrate these kinds of things. So we've also linked in with Tresham College to support them and their students with their travel plan, and with some of the local schools. We have our Cycle Lingo project, enabling refugees to learn to cycle and have language support to do that while they're learning. We're planning scooter discos, we're working with Scout, Beaver and Cub groups, doing loads and loads of different things to promote active and sustainable travel options. So as you can see, there are lots of opportunities for anybody of any age or any ability across the county to get involved in some way in reducing our transport carbon emissions. Transport is the largest source of carbon emissions in the UK, so by addressing this and by helping to change our regular habits, we can all really have an impact. Thank you for inviting me along today, and it's been a great pleasure to be part of this wonderful conference. I'm Alison Holland from Brightways Social Enterprise.
Thank you very much, Alison, for giving us that presentation today. Something that I often think about is that big conferences such as COP28 can seem quite distant from people's lives here in North Northamptonshire, and people wonder what they can be doing to reduce their impact on the climate and environment. And Alison has taken us through a number of different ways that the communities are coming together locally to do that through sustainable travel, working with youngsters and other people as well to make sure that they can access this for all the benefits that it has. Going to move on to our second speaker for this session now, which is Jack Pishorn, the Head of Culture, Tourism and Heritage at North Northamptonshire Council. Jack's been working with NNC for the past 4 years, directing the Chester House Estate Restoration Project. Can't speak. So over to you, Jack.
Thank you, Councillor Pentland, and yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jack. I'm the Head of Culture, Tourism and Heritage at North Northants, and I'm delighted to be here today to introduce the Chester House Estate Project and mainly talk about the benefits of what it brings to our local community here in North Northants, and mainly the impacts that are felt by our younger generation in North Northants as well. So the Chester House Estate has been celebrating recently its second birthday, following a large £17.5 million National Lottery Heritage Fund restoration that's now welcoming an estimated and ever-growing visitor base of around 250,000 visitors a year. Can we go to the next slide, please? So there we all are. We are a growing team since opening. The National Lottery Heritage Fund were attracted to our estate due to its large, ancient scheduled monument. We boast one of the very few places in the United Kingdom that can demonstrate over 10,000 years of human activity. And we also have one of the largest Roman towns in the area, completely untouched and waiting to be discovered by our team of archaeologists. And the buildings, like the one in the background of that picture, represent an 18th century working example of a cattle farm at a Grade 2 star protected status. Can we go to the next slide, please? As I'm sure many of you who are listening today are aware, that we've had a few delays and challenges with the project over the years, but the estate was completed on time in 2021. And in truth, the delay with the global pandemic allowed us to stop and review about what this site should be, how it should be operated, how we can ensure it engages with a diverse audience, and how it can have the largest impact on Northamptonshire residents. And of course, most importantly, it needs to be a financially and environmentally sustainable organisation moving forwards. Next slide, please. And just to end there, I feel strongly that the keys to our success have been down to a diverse income offering, building a major volunteering programme of over 200 active volunteers and residents in Northants, partnering with major education and commercial partners, and constantly reviewing and not being afraid to evolve and adapt our offering to ensure we have the biggest positive impact in Northants. Can we go to the next slide, please? So why does the Chester House estate exist? Why do we get up every morning and do what we do? Well, this is the vision that was created back in 2020 of our stakeholders. So it's all about connecting the people of Northamptonshire to their 10,000-year story. And as I said, this is one of the very few places in the UK that can demonstrate the story. And it's important that our residents can learn and connect to this, their local history and their roots. And we do this through a number of ways, including having a large interactive museum and an external interpretation out in our wider site that can all be related back to the UK national curriculum and also pitched to engage with all audiences, including those of access requirements. And we do host annual field schools each year, which I'll come on to shortly. We have the community at the heart of everything we do at the Chester House estate. So this is everything from having a large volunteering programme, hosting workshops, having an outstanding relationship with our adult learning colleagues, constantly reviewing, improving and updating our environmentally friendly access routes to our rural villages and town locations through the Northamptonshire Greenway project. We are all about delivering and pioneering a diverse education programme that's accessible for all ages, which I'll come on to shortly. We offer a free to enter estate for everyone. So our 85-acre estate is free to enter. It's fully accessible and it's open 364 days a year. We don't put barriers in the way of people being able to access our estate, and we make it free to park, and we're always reviewing ways of how to improve our public transport and public footpaths to open up the space to everyone, especially those that don't drive as well. We'll shortly be going out for green flag status for the estate over the next year or so, and we have recently completed a large Natural England capital stewardship scheme, which has introduced things like sheep grazing, creating new public footpaths. We've re-fenced the entire estate. We've created wildflower meadows, introduced badger gates, carried out incredibly dense scrub clearance to encourage further wildlife activity. And of course, with our colleagues in highways, we've also recently completed a very challenging double bridge replacement that connects us up to the Wellingborough embankment. This now makes us fully accessible by foot and bike. And of course, as well, working with partners in 2021, we recently completed a very impressive large river boat mooring installation on the River Nen, which opens up to a whole host of things that we can start doing on the water. Not the least, we're looking at an environmentally friendly water taxi that could connect up Stanwick Lakes through to Wellingborough embankment, including the Chester House estate. And of course, from this year as well, you can hire canoes and kayaks from Rushton Lakes, which thousands of residents have taken up throughout 2023, and they are now able to access the River Nen from the Chester House estate. And of course, of all those things, we need to be financially sustainable with an innovative commercial offering. This is key for us. It enables us to protect our scheduled monument, our heritage, the delivery of our education programmes, our archaeological archive, and continue to keep the estate free for the people of North Northants. This model also helps enhance and protect our other areas within the Culture, Tourism and Heritage Service, including Corby Heritage Centre and Discover Northamptonshire Tourism Hub. Our commercial offering includes things such as hosting weddings. We've got a large cafe on site. We've got a bar. We've got 6 artisan shopping units and an amazing new escape rooms that's just opened up. We have a 12-month events programme of something different going on all the time at Chester House to entice people to the site. And we've got a beautiful B&B that overlooks the River Nen that's available on Airbnb. The Chester House estate is all about establishing, promoting and growing local business, produce and tourism, and our team fully believe that we play a major part in boosting the tourism economy within the area, working with our new Discover Northamptonshire team. We also ensure that all of our purchases, especially in our food and beverage areas, come from Northamptonshire and the surrounding areas, which in hand support the local economy, but also support our environmental footprint, keeping it as small as we possibly can. And as I said, we're very proud to have 6 new businesses created on the back of the estate opening, creating new vital local jobs for the area and adding to our overall visitor destination offer. We also care and preserve for our natural and historical landscape. We're all about improving the well-being of our local residents. And of course, and probably most excitingly, we are now preserving the publicly accessible archaeological archives for the first time in generations. And Northamptonshire is now home to one of the second largest archaeological archive in the UK, holding over 30,000 boxes of archaeological material. This archive is supporting our local museums, exhibitions, students from across the UK with their studies, local history and interest groups, and engages with many other key stakeholders, including universities. Can I have the next slide, please? So I'm a bit wary of the time, but I wanted to very quickly just explore some of the key areas that make a major impact on our Northamptonshire community, and especially the youth, and in hand improve our sense of environment and place that we live within. As I said earlier, volunteering is key to our success. Not only do they give us our time to support and the running and the development of our estate, but they bring our team key skills and experience that enhances our visitor experience and day-to-day operation. We're very pleased and have worked very hard to build up well over 200 active volunteers registered at the estate. And they do everything from serving our cafe, support the running of our events, they repackage material in our archive, they support the delivery of our education programmes and carry out key maintenance and gardening across our wider estate. But of course, volunteering doesn't just have an impact and a positive impact on our team and what we're trying to deliver at Chester House, but also it supports those individuals who are given their time and resource. And I just wanted to read out one quick review that we had from one of our volunteers the other day, where they said that I began volunteering at the Chester House estate a couple of years ago. At that time, I knew my husband was terminally ill. The day I spent volunteering gave me respite from caring from him and the chance to concentrate on things that I enjoyed rather than dwelling on personal circumstances. Since my husband's death earlier this year, Chester House Estate has continued to provide me with regular opportunities to get out of the house and spend time with caring people who have offered me so much support whilst doing work that I love. It has all had a very positive impact on my mental health and helped me cope throughout an incredible, difficult time. Next slide, please. So I may be completely biased, but I believe my team have developed an outstanding education programme at the estate. And in 2023, we celebrated having over 4,000 primary school children participate in our learning programmes. So the core aim of these learning programmes are to provide high quality educational experiences for students of all ages that engage them with history, culture, develop their critical thinking skills and help them to gain a deeper understanding of the past, which of course they can take into their futures. We support the teaching of the national curriculum for a variety of programmes and workshops that are aligned with the curriculum's objectives. Of course, we want to make the Chester House Estate rich heritage accessible to the wider community through outreach programmes, loan boxes and other public events that I'll come on to shortly. And we're all about inspiring the next generation of historians and archaeologists by providing hands-on learning opportunities and encourage students to explore their own interests. And of course, we're all about being a leading model for access and engagement in the heritage sector. Our topics are varied, anything from history, museum maths, changes in farming, prehistory in the Nen Valley, the Saxons, we do it all. And of course, we've also just introduced a new geography section to our learning offer, which is developed in response to a new Ofsted 2023 report that found that fieldwork, especially in England, is underdeveloped in schools. So we've recently introduced 3 new programmes, which is hedgerow habitats, habitat classification surveys, and GCSE river fieldwork studies. Next slide, please. So the Creating Tomorrow partnership have been with us since our opening day of Chester House, and they have a full-time campus on site. They have over 25 students between the ages of 18 and 25 who call the estate their place of work and learning 5 days a week. There is a pressing need for the national emphasis on the significance of supporting young people with special educational needs in securing fulfilling jobs, with a current UK average of only 4.7% of adults with SEN being able to gain full-time paid employment following school or college education. And recent NHS data indicates this figure is actually only 2.3% in Northamptonshire for those with learning difficulty. So promoting supported internships more widely, particularly among young people with SEN, has never been more important. This partnership is really helping support these statistics, with students being able to gain real-life, tangible work experience to grow their confidence and skill set. So when you next visit the estate, be sure to look out for our students who help run our cafe, our farm shop, our education programs, our back office areas, and our public events. And we're very proud to say that after a really exciting 2 years, they've now committed to a further 5 years at the estate, which I have no doubt will support the growth of residents with SEN working within our local workplaces for years to come. Next slide, please. So the Irchester Field School is a nationally recognised and sustainable programme focused around collaboration, community engagement, and a commitment to making archaeology accessible to all. Between 2019 and 2023, this transformation unfolded, and the impact has been profound. The Irchester Field School has made significant progress in 2023. We've had 16 university students dig. We've had 88 local resident volunteers sign up to join in. We've had 1,800 school children come down over a 3-week period to be involved in the excavation. And we've had over 4,000 people come over during that period, members of the public come over during that period to get involved. And tomorrow we'll find out if we've won a number of awards as part of the Council for British Archaeology for the Field School. The Irchester Field School is an active archaeological excavation site where students and volunteers can learn about the different stages of archaeological research. From excavation to post-excavation analysis, students can work alongside professional archaeologists to discover and record archaeological remains. They also learn about the different methods of archaeological excavation and recording and how to interpret archaeological evidence. One of my personal highlights from our engagement as part of the Field School has been the Operation Phoenix Partnership. This is a project where we've been working with Northamptonshire Fire and Rescue, using archaeology engagement as a form of mental health therapy for the fire service staff who have been recently suffering. Our part of the project has been engaging with the fire and rescue staff with archaeological objects within the store. This project has been a massive success for us with clear health benefits for the participants, and we're intending to build on this with our partners leading into 2024. Next slide, please. I'm wary of time, so I'm going to speed up a little bit, but we're very proud to have created a free-to-enter bespoke museum and interpretation space presenting our 10,000-year story. And we have major plans for the future to enhance and add to this. The beauty of the Chester House estate is the more digging we do with our field school each year, is the more material we'll find, and that results in new stories and information to present to our residents about their local history and enhanced museum and interpretation spaces. Next slide, please. And Chester House, I believe, is becoming very well known for all of its events and activities taking place at the estate, led by my very talented team. We host year-round events offering something for everyone. These events celebrate the region's cultural heritage in various forms, fostering an appreciation of Northamptonshire's history. And this programme ranges from everything from cave bottle feeding, Father Christmas visits, craft and food fairs, Woof Festival, Roman Festival, Giant Pumpkin Patch. We really do it all at Chester House. So that's where I'm going to finish up for this afternoon. But in summary, I believe my team at Chester House are working incredibly hard to ensure that we have an environmentally and financially sustainable and secure future, whilst also ensuring that our community, especially our younger generations, can benefit from this publicly owned asset for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack, for taking us through the varied work that goes on at the Chester House estate. Particularly good to hear about the work that you're doing with young people and how that involves the sustainability around the work they're doing, the products they're engaging with, etc. So thank you for that. We're going to move on to our last speaker for today's climate conference. And we're going to hear from Javed Ahmed, the Vice Principal of Tresham College in Corby, who's going to provide us with a bit more information about how the college is working with and inspiring young people to engage with climate change. So over to you, Javid.
All right, thank you very much. I should just get my bearings and put my camera on if I can suss out how to do that. Here we go. Right, can everyone see and hear me okay? All right. Sorry, can I just get a thumbs up or something if someone could hear? Oh, perfect, perfect. There's a lot to discuss, and thank you for that introduction. We do have a short period of time. Just I've been given 15 minutes, and I am very conscious of timing. And I started to use one of these timer functions on my phone, which are brilliant if you ever get a chance to use them. And I've been randomly walking around timing myself doing things. I've timed myself making a cup of tea, which I realize it takes me about 15 minutes. So I've got that amount of time to do so. And I realized 15 minutes is quite a long time to make a cup of tea. So without further ado, let's make a start. And it is about educating the youth of tomorrow. We've got our first slide on there. And it states educational institutions, colleges, they're not solely purveyors of knowledges, but they also have a profound responsibility towards the welfare of our communities, broader society. Educational institutes serve as a pivotal contributors to sustainable development. Can we move to slide 2, please? So quick background to the group, Bethel College Group. In 2027, the merger between Bethel College and Tresham College led to the formation of Bethel College Group. Today, it stands as one of the leading education providers in the South East Midlands. We welcome over 1,500 students annually and support a team of more than 1,400 staff members. So it's quite a sizable group. It's made up of a family of colleges. Bethel College is one of them, which is situated in a prominent position around Bedford Town Centre. We've got Central Bedfordshire College, which is situated around the Dunstable and Luton area. We've got Tresham College, which covers 3 cities. It covers Corby, Kettering and Wellingborough. We've got Shadowworth College, which is our specialist land-based college, offers agricultural and environmental education, which is located at Old Walden Park, which is near Biggleswade, which is a beautiful setting and scene for that college. And we've also got Bedford Sixth Form as well, and Corby Sixth Form, where we have students supported their journey through A levels and so forth. We also have the National College of Motorsport, which is based alongside the Silverstone track. For those of you guys who know Silverstone, it's literally on the side of the track, and it's for those students who wish to become race mechanics. The group itself also has community-based learning centres in Bedford, Corby, Kettering, and they really offer a great service for our adult learners, supplementing their IT knowledge and so forth. Next slide, please. One of the greatest challenges facing the world is climate change, and it's so great to see so many people, here really focusing on this. And climate change poses a critical global challenge. It threatens ecosystem, humans' lives, planet's future. It impacts a wide-ranging list of, and it includes things like biodiversity loss, increased natural disaster. It has health implications, and so forth. So, in response to that, the UK government set out a target for the company to become net zero by 2050. It has ambition plans, and it wants to lead the way globally. At the UN conference in November 2021, the government launched its Department of Education strategy for sustainability and climate change, which sets out how it will become a world leader in educating sector, as a world leader in the educating sector, sustainable for climate and change. Next slide, please. And it's through providing opportunities to young people to develop their knowledge and understanding, the importance of nature, sustainability, and of course of impact of climate change. And it applies knowledge in positive actions and solutions. And it goes through and it talks about other stuff. So our sustainability and climate action strategy is to be aligned with key frameworks, such as the Alliance for Sustainability Leadership and Education, which is a sustainability leadership scorecard, which helps colleges and universities measure their sustainability practices against benchmark. Also be signing up to the Climate Commission's Climate Action Roadmap for FE colleges. Also being part of the National Climate Education Action Plan, which outlines methods to teach climate education students under 19. So these are some of the frameworks that are going to help shape our strategy to fall in line with the government strategy. Next slide, please. Keeping with the theme of strategy, this strategy kind of outlines Bethel College Group's commitment to addressing climate change by doing what we could do within our capacity, such as minimizing our environmental impact, fostering green skills, encouraging students and staff to champion climate action. And the goal is to be a net zero organization and be a front runner for sustainable practices. We're also joining the Race to Zero initiative, which is a global initiative for zero carbon world. And we're committed to becoming a net zero organization by 2042. Next slide, please. Therefore, our goal is to infuse climate and sustainability education across curriculum, wider and wider enrichment activities. The effort is to empower both young and adult learners, equipping them with essential information, knowledge, values to tackle climate change head on. Additionally, it prepares individuals for new green jobs and supports bridging the skills gap. So how do we do that? So next slide, please. So by the end of the year, we plan to achieve two things, and it's done in two phases. We've got actions that we want to hit by the end of this year, and also we've got actions that we want to hit by 2027. We're bringing in key staff at each of our colleges to lead on climate change. They'll drive initiatives and ensure our campuses champion climate and sustainability education. We're assigning sustainability champions to each subject area to really get the ball rolling, and green awareness. We're creating professional development programs like carbon literacy. That's something that the Northampton College Council are running for our staff. And we're making the most of our revamped net zero buildings and low emission facilities. And we're quite fortunate to have those spaces. And those spaces aren't just really for looks. They're really hands-on learning hubs. So students were able to dive into real world lessons on energy efficiency and learn how to put sustainable practices into action. Right, next slide, please. I can skip down. Can you get to the next slide, please? Perfect. So also by August 2027, we're making sure that all our buildings and campuses operate at a net zero or aiming for an A to A+ environmental impact rating. We're also creating a plan to cut down energy use and carbon emissions in our existing buildings. We're teaming up with building contractors that we use to ensure that they're on board with our green goals before we sign any agreements with them. Plus, we're also working on reducing water and energy usage by using our renewables and managing our resources wisely. And finally, we're starting to make sustainable travel options easy and accessible for everyone. Next slide, please. So I just want to very quickly, so that's a little bit about us. Apologies if it's a little bit rushed, I'm just mindful of time. So I just want to quickly talk about some of our campuses. So in 2021, the group was successful in securing a grant from the public sector decarbonisation scheme. The grant itself was used to install water source, heat pumps, smart controls, mechanical ventilation, heat recovery, hot water, efficiency taps, PV panels. We had roof and wall insulation and so forth. Following the infrastructure and the upgrades, we're able to now save over 350 tons of carbon, which is 250 vehicles, passenger vehicle worth of carbon for 1 year. Next slide, please. In 2021, also, we opened state-of-the-art Connolly Centre for Modern Methods of Construction at our Claudwell Street campus. The specialised centre is poised to be an A+ rating on our new performance certificate that we're hoping to have. The centre itself, it's highly special. It has highly specialised equipment. It provides students with hands-on training, and it really kind of prepares them for work in places such as construction that are looking at methods such as the modern methods of construction and new building techniques. So just a little couple of pictures on there as well. So that's the building on the left-hand side. That's a little bit how it looks on the inside, and then on the right-hand side you can see some students engaged in building using the modern methods of construction. Next slide then, please. So here you're looking at the recently completed project at Claudwell Street again. It involves our tower block, our iconic tower block. It involved a revamping of the building to a really cutting-edge, energy-efficient facility. The newly renovated structure serves as a primary training centre for, and it will be for health science and digital skills. The build itself allows us now to accommodate an additional 250 students. If we can move on to the next slide. The Advanced Engineering Centre, the Buchanan Centre, it's our advanced engineering area, which is equipped with an array of industrial standard tools. It has robotics in there, virtual augmented reality, equipment, mechanical and electrical machinery, and all the resources are on hand, are available for our students for hands-on learning. Next slide, please. Corby Sixth Form, a brilliant build and something that we've recently acquired. It opened the doors this year. It operates as a net zero carbon facility. The build project utilizes air source heat pumps, water heat recovery systems. It's got PV panels on the roof. It's the actual area is over 400 square feet. It has 25 classrooms, state-of-the-art science labs, and it's located quite prominently in the Corby Town Centre. Next slide, please. You also, I thought very quickly, as we're talking about sixth form, more quickly mention the Bedford Sixth Form as well, which is a Grade 2 listed building, which itself went under, which underwent a retrofit. And that now has 2 giant ground source heat pumps that heats the building. So again, another great retrofit project that was. Next slide, please. So invested in students. So they're just some of the projects that we've been undertaking, and momentum is there to carry on. The group has a strong focus on adopting sustainable practices and really integrating green technologies into colleges. And it's not just the structural adjustment, it's a philosophical shift that underscores responsible practices, and it educates the younger generation about environmental stewardship. It's a commitment in creating sustainable education systems. And it's through these efforts, our aims to educate students in real life settings. Next slide, please. And this is just a quick slide just to show our regional Tresham colleges as well. For those who may not know, top left is our Corby campus, top right is our Kettering campus. Bottom left is our Wellingborough campus, which itself underwent a revamp back in 2019. Thanks to the funding from SEMLIP Local Growth Fund, the Wellingborough campus It's now able to accommodate up to 1,000 students, so really good for that area as well, and local community. The campus itself opened its doors in 2020. Bottom right, we have our motorsports college, and it's for those individuals looking to get into the motorcar industry and being motorcar mechanics. Next slide, please. Right, so new qualifications. So it's all very well having the strategy, the buildings. It's about the new qualifications, and they're T-levels, HTQs, high degree apprenticeships. So in line with the national policies relating to the post-16 education landscape, we plan to expand our offering to T-levels and offer HTQs, or higher technical qualifications, as they're also known as. Some of the examples of new T-level provisions this year, they're going to include, or they include agriculture, environment, animal care, which is carried out at our land-based Shuttleworth College. We've also got business and accounting, construction and building services, plumbing and electrical. We've got digital education, those who are going into the educational industry. We've also got engineering and manufacturing, health and science. And the momentum is there to carry on and producing and releasing new T-levels as funding opens for those qualifications. Can I have the next slide, please? Just a very quick overview. I've only got just a few more minutes left. T-levels, a quick overview of T-levels. They are a 2-year course. They're offered to students for around the 16 to 18 mark. And they're there for when they finish their GCSEs. And it allows them really to home in to a particular area of career that they want to go into. So the T-levels themselves prepare them for the workplace for their given career choice. T-levels were introduced nationally in 2020, and they're an alternative to an A-level or an apprenticeship. What's more, the courses on offer have been designed in collaboration with businesses and employers, which ensures students gain the right skills and learning need for the career that they've chosen to go into. T-levels are based on the same standards as apprenticeships, and will offer around 1,800 hours of study over 2 years. It will also include a 45-day work placement, which is around 315 hours. Successful completion of a T-level, it's equivalent to 3 A-levels. And students, once they achieve that, they could progress on to university, further studies, or into employment. And T-levels, depending on what grades you get, they are up to 168 UCAS points as well, so they're transferable to universities. Next slide, please. HTQ, so high technical qualifications, similar to T-levels, high technical qualification specialists, technical courses developed with employers similar to the T-levels, as I said, but they're almost like a replacement for HNC or HND programs. Those of you more familiar with those programs, they're offered at level 4 and level 5, so going into higher education. Similarly, as T-levels, they're really designed for people who know the area that they're going into. It's for a given and a chosen pathway that they want to go into or a career. The HTQ programs are being rolled at the start of, or have started being rolled out September this year. We've launched a digital sector in HTQ, and that was in line with local skills improvement plan. So there was a demand, so that was one of the first that came out. And then also in the coming years, the group will be offering HTQs in construction, computing, science, engineering, business, arts, health and science, and so forth. Next slide, please. Higher apprenticeships. So higher apprenticeships are coming to college soon, and they range from level 4 to level 7, from degrees all the way up to masters. There is a link at the bottom there which goes to the government's website, and on there you'll find higher apprenticeship vacancies at the moment, and if individuals are interested in the jobs that are advertised, they will be able to apply and submit an expression of interest on there. So very much worthwhile if you are looking for a higher apprenticeship, that would be the first point I would say to have a look at. But they're coming to our group soon. So next slide, please. We're down to the last couple, I promise. Commercial courses, very quickly, at Corby College, we're blending our workshops with the retrofit curriculum right into the building structure. And that means students will soon be able to get hands-on experience with our ground source heat pumps, solar panels, and fingers crossed, we'll also have some hydrogen boilers soon too as well. So it gives our students, especially at the moment, the building services already are getting into the retrofit scene, and especially tackling that skills gap that we've got. That's going to help them just develop their skills. It's going to give them those essentials that employers are looking for in terms of having experience on these new green technologies. And our commercial courses as well, we've made environmentally focused, which are available across all our groups. Students can dive in topics like commercial photovoltaic, electric car charging, design and surveying courses. And the commercial courses are also there really to recognise and award individuals in terms of competency as well. Next slide, please. And just to kind of summarise and to round off, so in 4 years, what we plan to do, or what we plan to save, or what we have saved, I should say, as a group, is around, well, we started off at 1,900 tonnes and we're down to 1,600 tonnes in terms of our emissions. In the same period, the groups reduced its emissions from electricity purchased from just under 1,700 tonnes to 1,400 tonnes. And we're looking at significant drop in years to come. We can start seeing the benefits of the PV systems that have been installed on pretty much all our college buildings now. And we've received and we reduced our travels emissions as well. So by reducing our travels from site to sites, we've actually reduced down from 144 down to 40 tonnes. So that kind of gives us around 632 tonnes of CO2 savings in 4 years. Next slide, please. And just put down a little bit of perspective for the last 10 seconds. 1 tonne of carbon will fill a cube of about 8.2, which is the same as a typical semi-detached house. So Bedford College Group itself, by what we've done so far, kind of reduced that emissions down by 630. So the reduction of that emissions is kind of equivalent to 633 houses. So it kind of gives you a perspective of that. Thank you. I know I've overrun, so my apologies for that. So I think the next slide is the last slide and it's the end slide. Perfect. Thank you. So apologies if it come a little across a little bit pacey. I was just mindful of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Javed, for going through that with us and to tell us about the opportunities that young people have to train and upskill into those green careers, which we heard a bit about with some of the earlier speakers and how important those are and how cutting edge those are. And I'm sure very interesting for our young people to learn about. And it's obviously really important that they're engaged with the conversation because at the end of the day, it's young people's future that is really at stake with all of this. So we're now going to move on to our last panel discussion. If there's a question you want to get in, just a quick reminder that the email address is nnclimate23@northnorthants.gov.uk. So ping across an email and your questions will be asked in just a second to our speakers. I'm going to hand over to Graham Kane to host this discussion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Pentland. Thank you. And thank you very much to Alison, who obviously isn't here, but thank you to Alison, but also to Jack and Javed, who are hopefully still with us to join us for a few questions. So guys, thank you very much for your presentations, both very, very interesting and valuable for me to hear and hopefully for all our viewers and listeners as well. Jack, I wanted to start with you, if that's all right. I'm very interested, obviously, in your role with Discover Northamptonshire, which is obviously broader than just Chester Estate, and the relationship between local tourism and environmental sustainability. Can you talk to us about that and the benefits you think local tourism and spending time in North Northamptonshire rather than other options can help to stimulate environmental sustainability in our area?
Yeah, hi Graham. Yeah, it's a great question. I think the role of Discover Northamptonshire and the future local visitor economy partnership that we're working so hard at the moment to develop is all about that, educating the industry on the environmental challenges that we currently have, and finding ways of how we can work together moving forwards to reduce our footprint. I think a big goal we've got is trying to challenge that Northamptonshire is just this place that you drive through to get somewhere else. And we want people to start staying in this county, obviously reducing their footprint and seeing Northamptonshire as a destination where they can eat, drink, they can sleep, they can go to our visitor destinations. And we've got a big job to try and change perceptions for people to be able to do that, because Northamptonshire is such a wonderful county. There's so much to do. And I think one of the great benefits of COVID was that people stayed in their local areas and they got out and they explored places that were probably so close to them they'd never seen before. So I think it's about building that pride and that educating our residents and local visitors as well, that Northamptonshire is a place to come. So yeah, that's lots of work to do over the next few years.
Very exciting. Thanks, Jack. And before I come to Java, just keeping along with that same theme, actually, you mentioned in your presentation around getting to Chester Estate and some of the sustainable options. You mentioned in passing there the Greenway. And I thought it might be useful just to explain what the Greenway is for those who are not familiar with what the Greenway is and what it hopes to achieve. Could you just talk to me a bit about that?
Yeah, so the Northamptonshire Greenway it's a massive project for North Northants Council, and it's going to be one that's taken over many years. But our aim is we want to connect up the edge of Peterborough, so from Wantsford all the way through North Northamptonshire to the train station in Northampton. And we want to make it safe for people who ride bikes, for people that are walking, they're in pushchairs, wheelchairs. We want accessible footpaths that connect up our rural towns and villages. And we are currently putting together a long-term strategy of how we make that ambition a reality and prioritising key areas in North Northants that we can start work on straight away. But as you can imagine, there's a lot of landowners and there's a lot of stakeholders that need to be involved in this. But it's a great project and a great ambition. And Chester House, being the lead of Chester House, it's so important for sites like that are quite car dependent currently, and having the Greenway going through their site and connecting up to nearby villages and big shopping destinations like Rushton Lakes would be so invaluable to the sustainability of the site.
Absolutely, thanks for that. And if Alison was here, I would draw her in now around cycling to your site, but also around North Northamptonshire. And she mentioned in her presentation around the work that we've been doing together to develop the local cycling walking infrastructure plans. The one in Kettering, of course, has been approved already by North Northamptonshire Council, and the Corby one is in development, and we hope to do others around Wellingborough and Rushton. And the ultimate goal, of course, is to have the infrastructure plans for cycling and walking within the towns linking into the more rural Greenway network, so that we have a network of cycling walking options across the authority. And we certainly had one question from a viewer now asking how we can support safer cycling across North Northampton, and Alison addressed a number of those things, but also the plan that you just talked about for the Greenway, and also those infrastructure plans are aiming to do just that. Now, I just wanted to move, Jack, Javad's dropped off. I'm just going to ask you one more question, and then we'll probably have to bring things to a close. But what advice would you have? You've been involved in a large building project and a retrofit project, if you like, because it's a transformation of the wonderful buildings that you were showing us in the photographs and the plans there. What advice would you have for people who are embarking on a big project like that, who want to incorporate environmental sustainability into their buildings or to their project? But also, Jack, you can tie into that, maybe if you had endless budget to spend on your buildings and your estate, what would you do next in terms of sustainability? What technologies would you like to bring to the estate? So feel free to play around with that answer however you wish.
So I think picking up the Chester House Estate project halfway through, I was asking myself that question quite a lot in terms of how we could have planned better at the start of Chester House. The design of the Chester House estate was done back in 2010, when environmental factors weren't as key as a priority. I think it's probably safe to say. But I think starting projects again, and I am doing a number of them across Northants, it's all about planning in those energy measures from the early start. So even before you start to cost up a project in terms of what budget you need or what the design or the end output is, it's looking at, you know, what's needed from those very early days that could be incorporated into your design and costed appropriately, because it's so much cheaper and easier to do that than what obviously I'm doing now in many of our heritage buildings across Northants in terms of doing that retro fit. But I think it's about getting great advice. There's some great organizations out there that will give you the best possible advice that you need to be able to do that. And being in the heritage sector, it is really challenging to put things in like electric car charging points and solar farms and that kind of thing, but it's needed in this day and age. So I think from those really early stages, work with government organisations like Historic England and try and build up to a point where you've both got what you need in terms of being able to have a sustainable organisation moving forwards. Because I believe the likes of Historic England are changing their minds on being able to have things like solar panels on roofs, and they see the benefit of it in terms of being able to support heritage organisations. So I think that's so key. But I think in terms of my wish list, if money was no object, which sadly it isn't, I think biomass, I think solar, wind, water harvesting, electric car park charges, points, you name it, I think we'd need it in.
You'll have the lot. Good. Okay, well, thanks very much, Jack. And certainly that point you were making around working in partnership. I mean, you've obviously benefited from funding from National Lottery. Jarvid was talking about the funding that's gone into the Corby Sixth Form from the Towns Fund, and also some SEMNET funding that went into projects there as well in Wellingborough, I think it was. So that working in partnership, working with other funding bodies to try and achieve that ultimate goal of sustainable development is so important as well. So many thanks again, Jack. Thanks for your presentation, all the work that you're doing. Thanks also to Alison and Jarvid for their presentations. That was really, really valuable. I'm just going to pull this panel to a close now. It's the third and final panel that we've had. So if you're watching this on YouTube and you didn't catch the first and second panel, then you can certainly find those online and watch those, which were, again, fascinating presentations and some Q&As in the panels. And I'll hand back over to Councillor Harriet Pentland, who I believe is going to pull us to a close. So over to you, Harriet.
Thank you, Graham, and thank you to our three speakers from that session. So we've reached the end of another thought-provoking and engaging day, which has given us a broad-ranging insight into the work being undertaken in our area to tackle climate change and provide solutions to pressing emissions questions. A big thank you again must go to all of our speakers for giving their time today to present and answer your questions. I'd also like to thank the officers at NNC who've worked really hard to bring you today's conference. I absolutely believe that there is value in putting a focus on the actions being taken locally and in providing an opportunity for reflection and engagement with that work. So a focus of COP28 this year is on food production and land use, and I was really pleased that we could hear from three speakers directly involved in this on a daily basis through the session on farming and sustainability. The speakers you heard gave us an insight into the work they're doing across agriculture, but in different settings, and the importance of these different approaches all being part of the solution and way forward. We've also heard about the ways that innovation is providing solutions to how we build the many more homes that we need in a more sustainable way, or the large-scale infrastructure shift that's required to provide more sustainable and environmentally friendly energy. Inclusivity is also a theme of COP28, and today we've heard about how young people locally are engaging with climate change, for example, through the ways they travel to school and through the courses that they're studying at college and school to build the skills needed for a changing world. The input of young people is absolutely paramount in an inclusive conversation and a response to climate change. As we've said, it's their future. It might be easy to question the relevance of large conferences with world leaders such as COP, held thousands of miles away. to our own lives. But without the innovation, voices and actions of people in North Northamptonshire and other communities across the country and world, we wouldn't move forward in a way that provides whole system solutions. One of our speakers spoke about having hope, which can be difficult when you look at the science behind climate change, but the innovation and commitment to tackling climate change locally certainly gives hope for the future, I think. NNC's commitment to playing its own part in reducing carbon emissions and looking after the environment continues at pace. The Council's working hard to deliver on the over 80 key projects that make up our carbon management plan, and of which are needed to enable us to reach carbon neutrality by 2030. Progress here is regularly reported on and reviewed through our KPIs, our committee system, and investors in environment and outside organisation. And as part of this, a large proportion of the £1 million committed as part of the budget process has been allocated to emissions reducing projects. Councillors and officers have and continue to take part in carbon literacy training to raise awareness and influence behaviours. As part of a North Northants-wide programme, 139 on-street EV chargers have been installed. Over 6,000 trees have been planted across North Northamptonshire, with local people involved at the centre of that. And we're supporting businesses with decarbonisation grant funding and collaborating with organisations leading the way in sustainability, such as a number of the ones you've heard from today. There is much more besides this snapshot, and I could go into a great deal more detail. But if you would like to find out more, please visit the Council's website or watch the Sustainable Communities EAP meetings, which can be found on YouTube. So in finishing, in just over a week's time, the spotlight will be on Dubai. But today the spotlight has been on North Northamptonshire. So thank you for being part of this important conversation. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye.